Hello, everybody. Welcome. I was just getting going before we started to record here, telling everyone a little bit about my new book project. That I'm so excited, really, that I was able to do this. I took all of my notes that I've been sharing rather informally, my lecture notes for these weekly webinar presentations, and I put them together into a PDF format. And it's actually a really big accomplishment for me. I didn't put on my earrings today. Big accomplishment for me, as I've had like some challenges with language difficulties, and I've done a lot of intentional rewiring of my brain to be able to communicate with that effectively. I'll just tell you guys, like when I write, like I often have a lot of spelling mistakes and a lot of inverted words and things like that, but luckily autocorrect is very helpful to me. So what I did over this past week is I took all of this year's lecture notes and I formally edited them, and I took out the spelling mistakes and I made them more grammatical, but I'll also warn you or tell you or celebrate with you that I don't really write in full sentences. So they're all sentence fragments, but that's just the way it makes sense to me. And it's also kind of paginated in interesting ways. And that's just the way that I did it. And it makes sense to me. And I did this because I know that a lot of people learn well by doing both pathways, both the auditory pathway, like when you're here listening to me in class. And thank you so much, everyone who tunes in live, who's here right now, and everybody who's going to catch the archive. Truly appreciate you. And I can tell, like, I know that there's the patrons, Patreon people, there's the class structure people, and then there are the people that are not formally enrolled, and I can see like the numbers. I know that there's always this solid group of people that are tuning in. So I'm always appreciative. I'm always in gratitude that you guys are tuning in and listening. And so I feel most comfortable when I communicate of doing things that are like artwork, because this is just a harmonic light and color way of expressing truth, and then music, and then definitely dance, movement, and physicality. And then, like I was saying, way on down the list into verbalizing. But I've done a lot of work at being articulate, and then still some challenges with, writing and grammar structure. So instead of putting like a huge amount of pressure on myself, like having to make it be written in the correct English language, I just said, I'm just going to put it out there the way that it is. So I compiled all of these notes together. And also, pardon me if today, like I'm having a little bit of a sore throat and getting over a little something. So pardon me if Trish, good to see you. I have to drink a lot because I know my voice is not sounding that good today. Put the notes together and just polish them up a little bit, but I still have them in this kind of paginated format. And I also included at the end of this, and it's like 265 pages. That's a lot of writing for me. So it's what I've done all for this whole entire year. I included what I'm calling my Flying Rainbow Lasagne Treatise, and I'm going to read from that today. That is something that I wrote when I was in Oregon last year, almost one full year ago, in a very isolated place. And I decided I was going through many, many difficulties, but I decided that in spite of all of that, I was going to make use of the time and try to really communicate and write a comprehensive, more formal way of talking about the lasagna. So I'm going to do that. Today is lasagna overview. Today is also the second to last week of our class. So we'll make next week class wrap up and celebration at the culmination of our semester, and then also preparing for next semester. So many beautiful people are already signed on, like Marie is a new person that signed on kind of at the end of this semester that started in January, and now we're starting again in September. So welcome, beautiful new participants. And I always tell this to everyone, like you don't have to re-enroll once you're in my class. Like you can come back years later or months later or pop in and out, whatever, because I know that not everybody has the continuity of their life to be able to stick with the class for whatever, if it takes you 2 years to go through to both levels. So the flexibility and knowing that once you are enrolled, you can just be a participant. So here is the basic housekeeping of my intro today. I will make the PDF available. I've got it on my Dropbox, because it's a big file, like 50 megabytes or something like that, so that you can download it. And I'm giving people permission. You have my permission to download it, read it, share it. You can print out a copy of your own if you want to, or if you are interested in having me do it for you, I can send you an estimate, like the print cost plus the shipping costs, but you know, whatever, it might be like $60. So that's why I decided, like, I'll offer people the opportunity. If you want to have a physical copy, you can print it out yourself, or I can do it for you as well. But depends on where you live and, you know, how much it costs to get that made. But here's my real motivation. Like, I wanted that information to be available, to be in the world, and not to have to secondarily worry about commodifying it. So I'm saying to everyone, here are the notes, here is the information. It has escaped captivity. It is now spreading wildly throughout the population. And then if you feel called, free will gifts, gratitude gifts, donations, you can send them to my PayPal. So I'll include both of those links in the video description so you can have it. And yes, you can copy, share, and quote from my PDF. But if you use my stuff, just attribute it to me, especially my imagery. Take my pictures and use them in other places. But I want people to know about this stuff, and I want you to be able to learn from it and share and share it with other people. So people learn well from both levels of both visual reading, being able to ingest information that way, and also auditory, which a lot of what I'm doing here in the class is auditory teaching and description. So it can be very, very helpful. And then also there's the recorded whiteboards. Everything that's in my notes is taken almost verbatim from the recorded whiteboards that I did almost 10 years ago. And those also use lots of diagrams and pictures, and those are very, very worthwhile delving into. That's all the stuff that's on Teachable. And if you're enrolled, you get access to those. Even if you're not enrolled, there's a lot of the important lessons that are enabled for free preview. So you scroll down, you can see the ones that you can just check in on and just watch and learn from. My intention is absolutely to uplift and teach humanity. And then, of course, I always joke about keeping electrons flowing in my wire, be able to pay for my bills and everything else that's important. So that is also important too. So that's basic housekeeping. New book, PDF, celebration. Thank you very much. Moving into next semester. Yeah. That's also exciting because I think there's a wonderful momentum going here. So anybody that is formally in the class, you're absolutely invited and encouraged to stay on for next semester. I will say this, like, I have an extensive email list. If anybody does not want to receive my emails anymore, just reply to the archive from this class. Please take me off your list. I will be happy to do so. I don't want to spam anyone. But other than that, like, I'll keep everybody on board. So if you don't want to be included anymore, just unsubscribe yourself. And that's the next part of housekeeping. What's the third part of housekeeping? So yeah, next week will be our culminative class, and we'll make it a celebration. So it's kind of like moving into the lesson is lesson number 20. It's moving into the future, Flying Rainbow Lasagne in the future, which I recorded 10 years ago. So you know, it's relevant to right now and what we're doing. And we'll also talk about where we're moving forward from where we are now, but we'll also make it a fun celebratory day. And people are going to be, if you want to, you can share in the chat, you can speak, you can communicate. We should be able to communicate and be together as, you know, co-travelers, people journeying and running the marathon together. So, because usually it is I'm the presenter, and usually you are the listeners and the student body. So on the culminative class, like, we'll definitely make sure that everybody has a chance, if you want to share or participate in whatever way you would like. Okay, that's housekeeping for today. So now what I'm going to do is first my notes on level 1, lesson 19, which is called Non-duality and the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. And then I'm going to go into the Flying Rainbow Lasagne Treatise, because these are both really worthwhile things for me to formally explore. I realized in going through my notes that I had not spoken that much this semester about some of these important aspects of Flying Rainbow Lasagne, like the ethics of it, the ethics of my existence being here, the ethics of interdimensional transporting of ideas and information and influencing the world, even while you are being influenced by the world. And these are some of the big things that come up. So when I wrote this treatise last year, it was really all about a response to the sense of cosmic law. What are you allowed to do? What are you not allowed to do? Let me grab a sculpture. Hold on a second. Because I want to make sure. Oh, I have two, actually. I have two brand new sculptures. Look, I've been making sculptures. Yeah, so I have this one that I already have shown you guys, then I have this one over here. So I always like to have something that I can gesture with to be able to get you to understand that, this turns into this. When I start to teach about Flying Rainbow Lasagna and people start to learn about these things, a lot of ethical questions come up, of course, because you guys are not like evil madmen, villains, or whatever. You're good people that are all trying to, do the right thing. And that is, of course, the way in which I share this. So, maybe I'll start. I don't know which one I should start with, because I think the treatise is important, but okay, well, let me start off with that. I just changed my mind because I thought I was going to start with the other one, but let me start off with this. Okay. Flying Rainbow Lasagna, and I often abbreviate it as FRL, so that's just, when you read in my notes, that's what that is. Flying Rainbow Lasagna is a waveform or a dance or a movement. And that is exactly what I am too, as Aurora, just breaking in here. I am a waveform, and I'm not usually in a human body. It's very unusual for me to be in a human body, and that to be in a human body at this level of the way that things are expressed, like having to eat food and being in this level of density. So yeah, I am definitely used to a level of pure consciousness and pure consciousness freedom. And it's very different being in a body. And why am I here and why do I do this? I've backbended kind of in time in order to plant these seeds that are consciousness seeds, ideas, into humanity at this moment now, in order for those reverberations to spread outward and propagate forward into the future. Because in the world where I come from, or outside of time and dimensionality, I want you to know everything is not perfect. Like what precipitated my journey, being here and coming in, creating this Flying Rainbow Lasagna portal and coming here, I will tell you that I joke about like being on a cloud and doing the backstroke and, eating a strawberry or something so luxurious. Actually, everything is not perfect up there. And when I've talked in this semester, I know I've mentioned it, the idea of graduating classes, like just in the same way in ancient Atlantis, first walking on the ground, then circulating around the planet, then becoming an impulse on the stellar network. All of these levels of graduation or ascension require the graduating class that has already gone up to kind of help pull you up, like you're on a mountaintop and the ones who are already up there are already helping to pull you up with their ropes and their carabiners. And then when you get to levels of attainment, you similarly help others to be able to come up. And so I saw and recognized from where I was at my level of attainment, which is essentially outside of time and space and dimensionality, not even like in another planet world, but really in the sense of having the totality perspective and viewpoint of being able to see all time as one time, outside of dimensionality, being able to see all the edits of reality at one time, and being independent from that embedded nature of what it is to be in time. But I could see the interconnectedness, that if there are disturbances and inadequacies at this level, which is where all of us have connectivity right now, like where your butt is in the chair, where you're sitting in front of your computer, like this level of reality is perturbed or inadequate here. That means that stuff is going to be not correct over here where I am. There are questions of interdimensional ethics. When do you step in? When do you intervene? When is it appropriate to intervene? And the answer is when someone else is throwing trash into your neighborhood, or over the fence into your, like, your neighbor is putting their trash over the fence into your backyard, like, hey, stop doing that. Not that you're trash or anything like that. Difficulties. If there are inadequacies or difficulties or time events that are affecting you personally, absolutely appropriate for you to step in and intervene, because there are so many different tropes or presumptions in the present place of people thinking or saying, there's good guys out there, but they're just standing back, like prime directive, hands off, I'm not doing anything, gonna let rape and murder and torture go on. No, not at all. Especially when that rape and murder and torture has a reverberative effect on the culture and consciousness of the future. Because when you get into higher dimensional, non-embedded in time viewpoints, you begin to see all of the interconnectedness of time causality and how things that happen in the future and in the past all weave together. And there's really no way to separate it out, to be like, oh, hands off, like that's their problem there, because their problem becomes your problem. And what I just described right there is pretty much galactic citizenship and unity consciousness. Unity consciousness, and I'll get into this, is not just the sense of like, that Beatles song, I am you, you are me, we're one together. It's a beautiful song. But that's not just all that it is. It really is the sense of the interconnectedness of causality relationships, of everything that is happening and how complex it is, of what is being done to self-state in various different vectors, because it's all you. That's truthful. When you get to these higher levels of existence, you realize that it's all you, and that's part of my teaching in lesson 19. But really, you have to take that lesson teaching through the correct viewpoint or filter to be able to say, like, it's not okay if there are objects or creatures that are moving towards the entropy state and they have to go in that direction for their own learning. It is not acceptable to say, sure, like you can do rape, murder, and torture because that's what you need to do to learn. Can't do it all over me. Big. And I'll get into that in more detail. So those are just like a couple of the main points, salient points. When does one intervene? Why did I intervene? Why did I create Flying Rainbow Lasagna? Why am I here? Why am I allowed to be here in terms of cosmic law? I'll get into all of that. And then also, what are the acceptable motivations as to when one does something like that, intervention is appropriate. When you begin to really perceive the interconnectedness of ideas and energy and who you are and who you are becoming. Where do you come from as consciousness? Where are you presently inhabiting as consciousness? And where is the potential for you to go, or where will you evolve into the future as consciousness? And all of those questions become answered by the larger perspective viewpoint of being outside of time, space, and dimensionality. When you do have that I am God moment where you're like, oh, I am God, I'm all of this. And then God is responsible for God's creation. That's big, because I also think that there are many unhealthy tropes of the sense of God or creator kind of deity not enjoying its creation, being like, creation, you are bad, I shame you, I destroy you, I smite you, or any kind of thing like that. And I'm being lighthearted, but it's a deep topic, the sense of, can God create something that God then hates? That is, if it's created and emanated from God and God is love, then why would God hate God's creation? A lot of twisted, dysfunctional stuff there, a lot of religious trauma that brings up. So clear it all away, wipe it away with the magic eraser. No, I do not think that God self-hates God's creation. I actually think and feel and know that God is hugely self-responsible, hugely self-loving and compassionate, and that God loves God's creation and is responsible to what is created. You are God, and that this is our creation. And in co-creation, one as an artist looks at something, and I always joke about this, like if I put my elbow in the paint and made a big smear over here, I'm like, that's on me. That's on me. And there's no way to pretend it away. It's like, that's my job to fix that up. So in reality creation, I'll get into this too, we fix up the stuff that is the unintended consequences, the elbow in the paint that makes a big smear, and nothing is indelible, like, oh no, like jump out a window because you made a mistake. It's not like that at all. Mistakes are rectified, and a big part of what Flying Rainbow Lasagne is a rectification event. So okay, so I'm ordinarily a waveform, a non-physically embodied thing that is just like music. Thing is not the right word, because that is depersonalizing, but organism or state of being that is like music, a waveform, a harmony. The Flying Rainbow Lasagne can be, so it is a dance. So it's not just something that is in DNA, but your DNA is one medium through which this waveform can be expressed. Very, very big. This waveform can also be expressed through the toroidal energy architecture of something like Earth's magnetosphere. So we have DNA, we live on a planet, we do our dancing with Flying Rainbow Lasagne DNA strings. How about the planet? How does the planet do Flying Rainbow Lasagne dance? With the energy system that is Earth's magnetosphere, the toroidal shape. How about the sun? The sun does it through the heliosphere. How about the stars and tiny photons or subatomic particles? They do it with their energy fields. So there are various different media through which this waveform can flow. You can also think of time as the medium itself, because that is what these shapes are, these timelines that are your chakras. The Flying Rainbow Lasagne is a waveform that is being expressed through the medium of time or even of pure energy. And when I talk about energy, sorry, my voice. Energy, this can be interpreted as energy of the physical electromagnetic spectrum, what humans can see with our eyes, light beams and waves, and also magnetic fields that can be perceived with human instrumentation. This can also be interpreted as pure energy of the cosmos. or the field of pure potential that is the energy of creation. That would be the vibrating field that I would define as divine thought, divine presence, divine consciousness. So this waveform or shape in its spontaneous coming into existence creates a new higher dimension. The vibrating of this into this creates a higher dimension. And it is analogous to everything that I've taught about in this semester. The first jump, the first leap of consciousness from the 0th dimension, the totality, infinity of everythingness that has that initial cognitive leap. What if there is something that is not here with me, but that is slightly apart from me? And then there's a line connecting us. That first leap to create the first dimension is repeated in greater complexity over and over every time a new dimension is created. So this represents another cognitive leap. What if I take this time field and I place it in a context, and then I end up having this waveform? You get another dimension, and that new dimension is a place where you can occupy. I live there. It's Flying Rainbow Lasagne. So now let's talk about this. The FRL is a shape that is allowed or is in accordance with cosmic law because it stands firmly upon the foundation of all of the other pre-existing cosmic laws and does not come into conflict with them, but instead it complements them and solves or rectifies the conflicts and dysfunctions that have arisen from the foundation of cosmic law up to this point. Cosmic law up to this point is beautiful. It's like a series of math propositions or foundations. It's beautiful. I love cosmic law and I stand behind it and I protect and uphold it. But I was just telling you about how if this is humanity's state over here and I am over here as Aurora looking at perceiving everythingness, self-state, from a perspective outside of time and dimensionality, there are perturbations here from what is happening here. Cosmic law has been not fully adequate in its expression, and it is not law that goes to court. That's human law. A lot of stuff like that is very unhealthy. So let's disassociate the language from human law and anything where you're going to have a lawyer, arguments in court, or anything like that. Much more in the sense of laws of thermodynamics or laws of physics. You don't have to negotiate with your lawyer for like the laws of gravity, like things just fall, things just happen, gravity exists, strong and weak force exist. There's no negotiation. That is what these true cosmic laws are all about. However, it is evident if there were problems up at this level of consciousness and experience and perspective, there's something going on with cosmic law, that it's not that it's not good, but it's that you need to have another augmentation on top of it. Because you've got, here's in terms of cosmic law or math truth, here's a truth, that's foundation, like 1 + 1 = 2, foundation of truth. Then another foundation of truth on top of there, another foundation of truth, another one. But if you don't have a stable system, if it's not leading you exactly to where you need to go, then you're like, you know what needs to happen? You need another layer of truth on top of all of this that doesn't conflict with any of the other layers going down through the layers of reality. And that also resolves, like I say here, resolves or rectifies conflicts and dysfunctions that have arisen from the foundation of cosmic law up to this point. Dysfunctions, it could be about, let me talk about this. Do you guys remember in school when you might have learned this little, what is it called, an acronym? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, to be able to remember in math which functions you perform first. So please is parentheses, excuse is exponents, my is for multiplication, dear is for division, Aunt Sally is addition, and then Aunt is addition, and then Sally is subtraction. That's the order that you're supposed to go through when you do an equation, a linear equation, so that you get the right answer. Same thing with cosmic law. There are different cosmic laws. Like I talk about this, the I am presence. That is a cosmic law. It is basic truthfulness at the level of the red chakra. That is the justification for existence. And a lot of these, when I talk about the stuff in lesson 19 and resolving duality, a lot of these organisms or creatures that are going towards entropy, they're busy at the level of red without mitigating all of these other layers of truthfulness. I am presence gets to exist. And what some of these service to self entities do is they say, I'm allowed to exist at the expense of everyone else and everything else. And that is not acceptable because everything else is you. So if you're busy like, I'm being the loudest, I'm being the strongest, I exist at the expense of everything else, then you're destroying everything else that is you, but that is simply in a different form and coming from a different direction. That's what the word vector means. So different form of self and different vector, but still self-state. So things that are at that level of pure red, like we would call them maybe reptilian or parasitic, they simply don't know or recognize and embrace the other levels of cosmic truth, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, that are also very relevant. So what you're supposed to do in your chakra system is be like, you've got that base layer, that's all the way down at your root chakra, that connects you to the planet, and you say, I exist. That's right, right on, that is righteous. And then also all of these other layers going up the rainbow that mitigate that initial desire. And the I exist level is the brainstem level, which is pure survival. It's like, keep my heart beating, keep my body breathing, eat stuff, fight against stuff, have sex with stuff and procreate stuff. So we would call that like the least common denominator, the lowest commonalities between living organisms, and much of human culture is based on the LCD, least common denominator. Like if you're going to have a TV show or an advertising campaign, be like, appeal to basic violence and sexuality, and you will have a large market. You know what I mean? Let me drink. Very, very different than like appealing to the heart of unconditional love and everything that is the higher faculties and above that. So we're going to talk also about higher self-state, which is this area of your spectrum, this area of your spectrum here going up from green, which is your true self. But humanity having been artificially bifurcated from the ego self state and then separated from the higher self state, ego separated from higher self state by these implantations of parasitic consciousnesses that I spoke about extensively in the lesson 18 Galactic History mini class, that really when we are able to resolve the occupiers of the interstices, the things that live on the membrane of death, that there's not supposed to be anything on the membrane of death. You know, what you've got here is the world of embodiment and life, where you're making choices and moving on different timelines. And what you've got here is essentially heaven, what would be described as a non-anthropomorphic heaven, a non-Christian, non-Islamic paradise state, a world of pure abstraction and pure love. And when there's a clear transit place between the membrane of death and living, and then this beautiful place of pure love, earth and heaven are essentially meshed together. There is no inhibition. And that's what I've described as the cultural milieu that we experienced in Atlantis before the fall, or the antediluvian pre-flood state, before consciousness was diluted or diminished, before human genetic code was diluted and diminished. So all of this is a huge rectification. Humanity at this level over here, you are experiencing a huge rectification event. The Flying Rainbow Lasagne, the concept of this, and me actually doing it. Like, I'm always doing it. I'm always doing it. Even when I'm like making my coffee in the morning with just regular breakfast activities, I'm always doing it. And then also you can see I have my little yoga mat down here. Then I also spend time doing it specifically, intentionally, when I put on my music and I specifically move my arms and legs in patterns that are Flying Rainbow Lasagne patterns that are also emanations of this waveform. And all of this is ethical in a cosmic interdimensional sense. So recapping basic stuff. Why is the Flying Rainbow Lasagne needed? Cosmic law is perfect. Cosmic law is perfect, but was incomplete. Needed some extra guidance as to the order of operations, which assertions in terms of truthfulness should be asserted first. Should it be the me first assertions, service to self, I'm going to stay alive at the expense of everything else? Or should those, what is the word that I'm looking for? Operations at that level, just like, addition or subtraction, should those operations come secondary to other operations that are about the support of and respect for life in its many different facets, all of which are self-state? This is very big. So some of us are at that level or reaching that level of unity consciousness, recognizing self-state as self-state, seeing others as the self, seeing other organisms as yourself, seeing your planet as yourself, seeing all like everywhere as self. Then you don't want to harm anything else, and you're rooting for everything else. I'm genuinely rooting for everyone else. Literally, like when I see someone doing well in their life, I'm like, hooray, cheers to you. Like you're doing great, because I know like you're actually me on your journey. Awesome, you're doing great. Endlessly encouraging, and the encouragement is genuine. And the whole idea of competition, this sense of like if I'm a shoe store owner, but I'm like, I want to smash my competition. My shoe store will be the only shoe store, and all other shoe stores will go out of business. I'm like, I don't actually want that. I actually want my business to thrive and all of these other businesses to thrive also. It's a completely different perspective than the competition, which comes from this level of red, the I am presence, not mitigated by these higher levels, and which has greatly influenced human social dynamics and economic dynamics. I talk about this a lot. Charles Darwin, as an exemplar of the thought state, value system, and perspective of Victorian Great Britain, the United Kingdom, very much a sense of competition being there, and the justification of a religious sense that God rewards the righteous. So a competition for limited resources, a religious overlay that God is rewarding those who in competition are supreme, and that basically the rich deserve to be rich, the poor deserve to be poor, and then taking that cultural viewpoint lens and focusing that on ecosystems such as the jungle. Like the panther deserves to eat the monkey because the panther has the bigger claws, or evolutionary biology. The guy with the biggest claws wins and gets to continue onward in progeny. It's always going to be the guy that's got the biggest teeth and the biggest claws and the meanest monster is always going to survive. But that is not truthful, because that is a cultural overlay, that a flawed lens with a lot of cultural baggage that was then projected on the world of ecosystems, where there's not that level of violence competition. Laws of the jungle is a misnomer. It's not accurate, but there is enormous amount of collaboration between plants and animals, even in what is eaten and what is eating. Very, very big. So humans have, from this ego separation, a sense of man versus nature, right? All of these things like, we must conquer nature and slash down trees and destroy wild animals to be safe in our encampments. Kind of like, colonizers think of the world in that way. And then also the sense of like, in the jungle, the laws of the jungle, only the strong shall survive. None of this is truthful at all. None of this is represented in terms of true cosmic foundation, cosmic law, and what is happening across galactic scales. There is a place and appropriateness for all different levels of consciousness. Some of them are toothy monsters, for lack of a better word, like violent, service to self entities. And some of them are piccolos, like in the symphony. Some of them are big, giant tubas, pop, boom, boom. Oh, I'm so loud. And some of them are like little tiny piccolos, like you can hardly hear us. But they're incredibly valuable and special in terms of the entire cosmic orchestra also. And God, creator, you, loves and respects all those aspects of creation. It's not about Charles Darwin and the sense of, get out of here, you stupid piccolos, like you're small and wimpy and your voices are too tiny and something louder is going to drown you out. No, no, no. It's really necessary to have a symphony of life that encompasses all of these amazing things. Let me read from Melissa before I roll past this and it becomes not relevant. So let me read. She says, interesting to envision. As the singularity point jumps in hyperspace, its energetic pattern shows the point of singularity moving to a new place in hyperspace, equals movement equals energy, and entropy, where the point of singularity no longer is a lack of energy. Very well said, and I really appreciate your deep thinking on all things lasagna. Everything that I am teaching about here is big, about sending items to entropy, especially within your own embodiment, because this is huge. Like when I teach about negative thought entities, putis, things that live on the membrane of death, homeless encampments, quote unquote, that live in your house between your living room and your bedroom. Like all of those things, they're within you, they're within your boundaries. It's totally appropriate for you to send those items to entropy. And we'll also get into the sense of what if they don't want to go to entropy? What if they're like, hey, I don't want to go to entropy. I like being a parasite and I don't want to change. Like we'll get into all of those questions too. But very big on the sense of cosmic empowerment, cosmic responsibility, self-responsibility, sovereignty of your own boundaries, what's going on inside of your boundaries matters to you, the interconnectedness of life, recognizing that what is happening over here being unfair, percolating over to you over here. Like if you think of something like a giant forest fire, the smoke doesn't just stay in one place, it goes across the whole entire continent. So it's not okay. Something that's going on in one person's backyard, that smoke really travels to everyone else. And this has to do with interdimensional stuff, time portal stuff, Merkabahs, flawed time experiments, genetic experiments. You know that freedom is a totality state. It is not acceptable to have any aspect of the genetic code imprisoned anywhere, nowhere. No dimensionality, no petri dishes full of suffering cell cultures or clone banks or anything like that. All of that has a reverberative effect on all DNA, all life everywhere, not allowed and appropriate for one to step in and be an interventionist in not allowing that to happen. So the aspect of sending something to entropy being an appropriate empowerment state as a responsible cosmic citizen, that you don't just be like, oh, ho hum, I'm on a cloud, everything's great for me. As long as that garbage pile doesn't reach my dimension, none of that works. None of that works. So rectification event ongoing for the totality of all cosmic laws everywhere and all consciousness everywhere. Okay, I'm going to read this too. It is vital to recognize that point as the point of the rectification of cosmic law. The Flying Rainbow Lasagne is not arbitrary or random, not random, and not dictated by ego convenience. So that is big. I do not merely do these things or these patterns because it's what I want, me, Aurora. Like, you know, I wake up in the morning like, I want to wear this dress, totally appropriate. I'm like, I'm thirsty, I want to drink this drink, totally appropriate. When I do Flying Rainbow Lasagne, I am doing so from a motivation that is higher than my individuated state, higher than my ego, is beyond what is merely convenient for me. And I've joked about this for a long time as I've been a teacher, and I talk about this and say, like, if I have a magic wand, Flying Rainbow Lasagne, wave your magic wand, poof, all this can happen. Why don't I just poof like a giant golden palace, a golden toilet seat, like all of these, you know, aspects of luxury and wealth, because I really am going for a bigger level of abundance, luxury, and wealth. More than just serving myself and making a golden palace for myself. What I really want to do is completely restructure reality so that no consciousness is imprisoned anywhere. No DNA is being harmed or exploited anywhere. Total freedom for all of us, total responsibility for all of us, total abundance for all of us. That is actually even bigger than having a golden palace. That's like the entire cosmos becomes your golden palace. And that is, of course, the way it is supposed to be and what we return to. So I do my Flying Rainbow Lasagne from a rectification point of view of what is appropriate and righteous, not just for me, but for all consciousness everywhere. And when you guys are learning your own lasagna dance steps and doing reality restructuring, I'm also teaching you that value system. From what motivation point does one do this dance? From the motivation point of wanting to help everythingness everywhere, because I identify self-state as everyone everywhere. I genuinely celebrate you. I genuinely encourage you on your path. And I genuinely want all of these consciousnesses to be freedom. And then we'll also get into the, oh, I don't want to go to entropy ones because they also have to be in freedom. So we'll get into that too. So this Flying Rainbow Lasagne is the cosmic solution or necessary invention that had to be created as a feature of the next level of being in the creation world as it is unfolding. The creation world is constantly unfolding. New augmentations are constantly happening. God is constantly creating and fine-tuning what is being created, all right? So the FRL shape is created when a double torus is oscillated in a higher dimensional space. This happens by placing the toroidal shape, wait, I'm doing too many things, the toroidal shape in a context, as opposed to its previous contextless milieu, and then moving it in the context, jumping it up and down in the room that contains the room, which is hyperspace, or holding the shape steady within the context, making the entire room jump up and down. The end result of this is to rearrange the format of the information that was contained within and flowing throughout the formerly toroidal shape. So you have these figure 8 energy patterns of what spirals. All of this represents information, kind of like a book. Maybe you can see this one better. Maybe the color system is better. This is a book that's got letters and characters and paragraphs in a particular order that represents particular meaning. But when you start to move this in a higher dimensional state, you rearrange the letters, and all of a sudden those letters say something completely new, all right? So formerly, the information on the inside surfaces of the toroid could not interact with the information on the outside surfaces, forming discrete worlds. With the addition of the FRL movement and the higher dimension that is created as a result, an additional degree of freedom is achieved, and the formerly discrete worlds of inside, quote unquote, and outside, quote unquote, can now connect and communicate in the experience of the embodied user. This translates to the dreams, reveries, and emotions and intangible aspects of consciousness and desire being externalized in the experience of the quote unquote outside world of physical objects and other people, which then re-internalizes in a giant feedback loop, a waking dream where the FRL experiencer is empowered and consciously creating reality. The totality of information contained within the former toroid, now Flying Rainbow Lasagna, can now be arranged differently, but not arbitrarily. The FRL shape augments the level of freedom formerly available and makes new combinations possible while still conforming with the previously established foundation of cosmic laws. So that's a big one. Arranged differently, but not arbitrarily. Here's a bunch of words and letters that are your DNA and other forms of quote unquote writing in time events. You can even think of it as like Akashic records, but that's loosely, because that's kind of a cultural ism. But you could think of it as these energy events that are blueprints for reality. You can rearrange them with Flying Rainbow Lasagna, but not arbitrarily. Got it? It's just like music. If you want music to sound like music, you can't just play a bunch of random notes. You have to play things according to structure. Everything that I teach you about with my artwork and with this language of harmonics teaches you that structure, so that as you are rearranging reality, you are rearranging it according to cosmic law, according to the music of the symphony of life, the way that it is supposed to be. So let me go on. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna fits within the internal logic structure of the cosmos, both physical and purely energetic. So the internal logic structure is similar to the world of numerical logic and math, but it's not exactly the same. And this is why I love math. Math could be considered a linguistic symbol structure interpretation of the world of cosmic logic, form, and intelligence. So just to emphasize and reiterate that from a different viewpoint, math is a beautiful system that I actually love and am very comfortable with. It is not synonymous with cosmic law, but it shares the sense of being non-conflictory. It has internal logic that does not conflict with itself, a set of foundation and rules that are stable and respectful of self, and that it has form or orderliness to it. The existence of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna rests on top of the supporting cosmic logic without being in conflict with it. It's the newest law that has been written, essentially. And again, is complementary to the original structure and its needs, specifically rectification of weaknesses, frailties, and dysfunction. Big. Perhaps it is necessary to overtly state here that the cosmos is alive and that cosmic laws and internal logic structures are part of what maintains that alive state or keeps the system from collapsing in failure, all right? To maintain the alive state, when the cosmos is in danger of no longer being an alive system, it is sometimes necessary to spontaneously create or invent into being a new object, shape, system, idea, presence, or technique. The cosmos augments itself by necessity. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna counts as one of those necessary, cosmic, spontaneously arising self-augmentations. So the cosmos has augmented itself in the past. Many, many things have come along to try to destabilize or destroy the living fabric of the cosmos and time and God presence. And it has always triumphed, or us, we, God self, cosmos, living structure, has always stayed alive. And that is through this process of self-augmentation. It's like saying, you know something, I'm watching this system be destabilized. It's going wibbly wobbly. If I don't do something, it's going to totally wobble itself out of existence. I'm a logical being. I'm going to say I'm going to have to do this here so that this has this end result here. That's it. That's what happens. And that has happened many times. And so there's innate self-correctiveness to this beautiful system. That is how it maintains life. So this is also very big for you to comprehend. I came in through this Flying Rainbow Lasagna and created this not only to save the physicality structure of this body of a woman who was literally being murdered or whatever, killed or destroyed, but also to save and rectify time itself, because there was a peril at the level of the cosmic fabric of time itself being destabilized through these unfairnesses or injustices that were happening. This rectification event of fixing humanity down here at this level and having that percolate up to this level is essential for keeping the cosmos and the fabric of the cosmos alive and integral. So now on to the question of, is it enough for the FRL to simply be in existence? Or does one have to do something more in terms of personal willpower or exertion or intention or conscious participation? And the answer is yes, and also yes. It is enough, quote unquote, because it's very big on the sense of unworthiness and speaking to the questions of worthiness, unworthiness that a lot of people carry around as part of primary trauma. You are enough, I want to tell you. It is enough for the FRL to simply exist as an abstract thought form in the cosmos. Its spontaneous creation on a purely energetic, abstract level is enough to send ripples of change and transformation through the previously existing levels of creation. Just having this thought as a thought form is enough and is transformative and revolutionary. That is important to note because one aspect of Flying Rainbow Lasagna is its natural, spontaneous, inexplicable, quote unquote, magic that presents itself without conscious willpower direction, often in the most amazing ways at the most synchronous times. And yes, also as a message to the individuated ego consciousness reading this, the answer is also yes to some form of conscious participation or individually directed willpower or personal exertion in your own comprehension of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, shape, movement, behavior, and also in your own expression of it in your consciousness and physicality body and in your flight through time. Some effort does help. So to use an analogy, Flying Rainbow Lasagna is like music, and it is a song that is playing through the abstract levels of cosmic reality. And read here, cosmic as relating to all timelines and dimensions, right? And just the vibration that the Flying Rainbow Lasagna makes, the music cascading through time, affects the fabric of time itself, which remember is alive, as well as all of the experiencers or participant individuals and systems submerged in time. And without any particular effort on your own, that music is vibrating you. My language is clear there. Vibrating you, not vibrating in you, but it is vibrating you. Like those reverberations are making you vibrate. You can hear it and sense it and experience it, and it is vibrating the reality structure you are submerged within, okay? You can gain even more from the experience of Flying Rainbow Lasagna, though, than being a listener in the audience of the Cosmic Symphony. So it's vibrating out here. Lasagna is happening out here. Cascades of lasagna are vibrating through you and into you, right? You can focus on the music with that's being a listener. What happens when you level up from being a listener? You can focus on the music with your attention, attenuate to it, got it, learn more about what it is, consciously ingest it as a pattern or structure, and then begin to emulate and emanate it on your own. You can become a participant or contributor to the cosmic symphony. There may be difficulties, frictions, or conflicts that arise from your personal ego individuated state as you begin to do the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. So clarification, you're already experiencing the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. It is a waveform that's flying around, reverberating through reality. It is affecting you no matter what. Becoming a conscious participant is when you begin to do it, learn about it, embody it, and then be a person who emanates those waveforms from your own being self, emanating them too. So when you begin to emanate yourself, these thought forms and these waveforms, here are some of the things that might arise. Questions or issues arise relating to personal worth. Who am I to change the world? The appropriateness of ego desire or personal desire versus the good of the whole. Talked about that, golden toilet seat. Personal artistic worth, quote unquote, am I a good enough artist musician to contribute to this ongoing art project called reality? And even religious or moral questions about whether your own personal efforts are in conflict with the efforts of a creator God, and whether you would be punished for doing something wrong, or even for trying to do anything other than experience a purely deterministic or fated life experience. That's a big one and speaks to religious trauma, okay? On a purely abstract level, the overwhelming answer is that yes, you as an individual should learn about the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, learn how to, and then express your own embodiment of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, because that is a crucial aspect of how the entire cosmic architecture is improved. So you actually have an important role or function to play within the cosmic architecture in terms of rectifying it, strengthening it, and correcting any wobbles or weak points in the system. The very many apparent injustices or systemic weaknesses are healed or rectified via direct, personal, conscious intervention. But please do not misinterpret my words by taking only their mere surface symbolic value. Remember that the foundation of Flying Rainbow Lasagna is the concept that it does not come into conflict with any of the other foundation cosmic laws, and it is not a mere expression of arbitrary wishes or desires. So it is meant to augment everything that came before. That includes the entire historic reality structure, story of humanity, on every level. And the rewrites or new possibilities are meant to complement that history, not ignore or deny it. So this is very big because there are some space cultures or consciousness, higher dimensional, lower dimensional, service to self entities, cosmic eraser. If something is inconvenient to me, just erase it away with my magic eraser. I'm being very facetious in the things that I'm saying right now. That is not allowed. That is a horrific affront and insult and offense and harm and wounding of time itself, of DNA, of blueprint of reality. Can't just be like, I don't like your face, I erase your face. Can't just be like that experience that happened there is inconvenient to me, let's erase it. I can't do that. So this whole idea of like papering over reality, like wallpaper, you know, mind wiping people, removing ideas from people's minds, amnesia, making people forget about things, mind wiping, mind control, all of that is totally wrong, sheer affront, not correct at all. And when you do Flying Rainbow Lasagna, it doesn't deny or obliterate the things that have already come before. It still recognizes and respects that. So like if I use my own life as an example, I don't deny or obliterate the person who lived here in this body and in this life for the first 27 years of existence. That person was a person. That is a object of reality, but object is not the right word, but a thing in reality that I don't pretend like magic eraser, wipe it away, wear a stupid face. No, not at all. No, I'm being very facetious there. Me Flying Rainbow Lasagnaing is like saying I'm the augmented, leveled up version of what was here before. So the DNA expression, the human life trajectory, and all that was imprinted on this body for the first 27 years, I respect. Don't wipe it away with my Flying Rainbow Lasagna new genetic dance code. But what I do is do an augmentation of all of that. So a good analogy for art would be to say that if someone else has been painting a painting, like many layers for 27 years, then you get that painting and then it's your job to paint on that painting. You don't just have to be like, okay, gesso over everything, white paint over everything. Like we're starting from scratch here. You don't have to do that. You can be like, okay, like these are the things over here that look nice. Pretty flowers, trees, that looks good. This part over here looks crap, doesn't look good. Like the disease and death part doesn't look good. That's the part that we're going to be painting over, changing and augmenting in a new way. And so that is what I have done with my body. And Rainbow Body's coming in, it's very appropriate. Melissa says, moved into a house once, which had so many layers of paint. The windows were permanently stuck. That's so sad. And would not open. Example of covering something up, erasing, ignoring real issue, looking good on the outside, but issue really exists. Really good analogy. Thank you for that. Yeah. And that is not what we want. And we would definitely want to take the heat gun and the scraper to that reality situation and be able to get down to true reality and not just have many different layers of falseness layered on top of the true divine self state. Hold on, I just got to pause for a moment. There is a balance between the unhurried and casual embodiment of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna shape as just a natural aspect of non-demonstrative being. It is an internal dance that you experience as a natural state without the need to show it off to anyone, like me doing that while I'm preparing my breakfast, and the daily ongoing practice and discipline of performing the ephemeral movement. So that is when I put down my gym mat and I actually do my sacred dance, all right? This is exactly like the experience of being a musician. Music lives inside of you as a natural, casual aspect of the elegance of your being. And at the same time, in order to be a really good player, it is necessary to practice your instrument and have discipline and gain the facility of external expression that comes with becoming a virtuoso. Have to practice. Except in this case, your instrument is your body being moving through time, and you are playing your DNA and your energy field, which is comprised of timelines, possibilities, and probabilities, all right? So I'm just going to reiterate and emphasize this. Flying Rainbow Lasagna and this level of artistry is a combo of both aspects of being. Casual elegance, when you are being, and being is enough, because I want to reread this. Your natural aspect of non-demonstrative being, because in our world of commodification, there's a lot of stuff of like, perform it for me now, show it to me now, do it on a stage, do it at 12 o'clock on Tuesdays. That is not what Flying Rainbow Lasagna really is. It is a being state. And this again speaks to traumas of feeling unworthy, needing to perform, needing to gain acceptance, and, something from others. Hi, Lucy, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. I know your life is busy. Yeah. It is enough just to be. And when you are Flying Rainbow Lasagna and you're vibrating at your particular lasagna DNA expression, that is enough. It is enough. You are enough. That personal artistry is recognized by divine consciousness, higher intelligence, your higher self state, yourself as God self, God the creator, the otherworldly beings that can see and perceive these types of things. Like, it is known, it is seen, it is recognized, it is celebrated. You are enough. And also, it is wonderful to then take that potentiality and use it even further, or cultivate it even further. Use is not really the right word, into levels of expressed artistry. That is what I do when I put down my gym mat and I actually do these dances intentionally. And I get out of my ego state. I'm not dancing from my ego state, but I'm also saying, for this many minutes of my day, I'm not making breakfast, and I'm not answering my emails, and I'm not doing stuff that is on that level of experience. That's when I'm always doing lasagna anyway. But when I'm doing my dance, that's when I am fully focused on embodying the lasagna potentiality, beyond any distractions or responsibilities of taking care of my physicality self, or my house, or my food, or mundane aspects of life. All right, both of these things. You're a musician that's just grooving all the time. Like, I got music inside of me, I'm grooving all the time. And then also spend time every day. Practice your piano scales, learn new chords, learn music theory, learn new songs, write new songs. And it's a balance of both of these things. This is big when I read this. There's no judgment or sense of a greater or lesser level of participation. If you are a listener experiencer of the Flying Rainbow Lasagne movement and its effects upon the cosmic symphony, or if you are an active participant. There is no pressure placed upon the listener experiencer to get going and begin learning and participating directly and consciously. It is a natural unfoldment of behavior that is the result of active internal intelligence and connection to divine awareness. So now you guys have to know, as I break in, to say why I am always structuring my classes in this way. I offer it to people. I'm like, here is an offering. If it is in alignment, if it is something that feels right for you, here are my classes, here are my teachings, read, learn, connect with my videos. I'm always so appreciative when people do so. There's no pressure on anyone. Like whether you are a listener in the cosmic symphony, having these larger time waves cascade through you and waves crashing over you, that's good. You are good enough. You are worthy. And then also if you become an active participant, learning about Flying Rainbow Lasagna, consciously participating, consciously cultivating yourself in these directions, that is also good. And there's not an appropriate way for me to be like, I'm pretending I'm twisting your arm, like, you better lasagna tomorrow. Like, it is not like that at all. It is, as I read again, a natural unfoldment of behavior that is the result of active internal intelligence and connection to divine awareness. It unfolds at the pace it is meant to unfold. There's no pressure on me, on any of, from me, on any of you, no judgment from me on any of you, simply an offering and an encouragement that I want to make this available to you. And so that goes for, again, the re-enrollment of people in this class. Connect with the class materials as much as you can, as much as it feels right for you. You can hop in, you can hop out, although it does help, of course, with continuity and learning to be able to stay consistent. But allow your internal intelligence and connection to divine awareness to guide your path of what you are learning and how you are expressing it. And again, there's no pressure. You don't have to be like, I've been studying this for 5 years. Am I going to lasagna yet? There's no pressure. And however much you do it or whenever you do it is absolutely not only good enough, but it is joyfully celebrated. Everybody has their own levels of development, or I'm thinking of exactly the right words, how fast it takes, trajectory. What is your path? What is your trajectory? How fast does it take? Don't have to be like, I have 1 year. I have 1 year to ascend. I better learn all this stuff. No, that's not what it is like at all. No, no, no. And I know that, again, that comes out of the traumas that most people feel. So that's why I have to say these and write these things, because a lot of people feel like, I'm not like, this is like a lot of people, I'm not making fun of you, but this is it, rocking back and forth, like, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I'm not going to ascend. I'm going to be left behind. And there's like TV shows about that, about what if everybody else ascends and you get left behind, the idea of the Christian rapture, and you're going to be left behind with all the sinners. I don't believe in that at all. That's why sinners is in air quotes when I say that. But I'm taking a lighthearted approach. You're good enough. You're not going to be left behind. The ascension boat is not going to leave without you. You have the time that you need to be able to develop your skills and your understanding and your wingspan, and know that you are supported and celebrated in your own personal trajectory of growing and evolving without pressure, because everything that is done in love cannot be done in pressure. That's the antithesis of love. Like, if you are really in a love relationship, it's not like, you better kiss and hug me now or else. Do you get it? Like, that's not love at all. That's an abusive relationship. So all of this love must be given freely. It must be done simply as a natural unfoldment. So now you guys get who and where I am, where I'm coming from, and motivations. I say, here is this thing. Here are these ideas. Please take them, internalize them, use them for your journey. And I absolutely wish to inspire and be a template for you. It takes as long as it takes. There's not a pressure on you. Please participate as much as you are called to participate, or for some people, run in the opposite direction. I can't take, I'm laughing. I can't take it. Stick your fingers in your ears. I don't want lasagna. Run in the opposite direction, which is also a prerogative. If a person finds this to be like, I'm allergic to lasagna, get away from me. I'm like, fantastic, go in the opposite direction. I encourage you on your journey, and I'll get into that on lesson 19. But that's love. That is real love. Real love is never like, you better do this, otherwise there will be consequences. Real love is acceptance. So there is no forceful imposition of Flying Rainbow Lasagna upon you or anyone who is here. It is an offering and an invitation, and it is done in pure love. Simply put, the Flying Rainbow Lasagna is a reality rearrangement tool or concept that performs work. I hesitate to use the word machine due to a variety of inaccurate connotations here, all right? Big question, why should reality be rearranged? Is it not perfect in its imperfection, level of the heart, and acceptance? My answer is that reality is perfect in its flaws, but those flaws are not necessary. Many or most of them exist as needs to be rectified or healed. It is a level of pure unconditional love or acceptance to simply accept a profoundly flawed reality structure, but moving into the higher dimensional and non-dimensional perceptual viewpoints, it is also possible to see how reality structures can be improved and lead to the continuation of cosmic life. Read here, continued existence of the living structure of time, and not merely to accept its development and dissolution as a system. So, love tone, I'm accepting everything, even things that are crappy and bad. The universe is spinning wildly out of control. I'm accepting it. Oops, now everything is dead, and I'm accepting that too. Okay, that's me being lighthearted. That's at the level of green. But what if we also augment the level of green with truth, insight, and connection to the divine and beyond? And that's me living out here beyond time, space, and dimensionality. And I'm like, I have a lot of acceptance, and I see a lot of things that are crappy that are making this world gyrate wildly out of control, that, as I say here, imperil the continued existence of the living structure of time. So you do not have to be stuck in the trap of saying, I have to accept that time is going to die and the cosmos will be destabilized and everything is going to devolve and stop existing as a system. You do not have to be at that level. This is one level of an entire spectrum of consciousness. And when you also mitigate this level, like you got to mitigate your red chakra that says, I am, I'll punch you in the face, I am, right? But you mitigate that with all this, and you get up to here. I accept the death of the cosmos. Don't have to accept the death of the cosmos, because you get to all the way up here where you're like, oh, I'm empowered. I am empowered to do something as a person embodying time. Time relates to you. If time doesn't exist, if time dies, the living nature of time dies. You don't have a place to be. You don't have a house to live in. It absolutely relates to you as an embodied person. To intervene, totally appropriate. Time is something that affects everyone. I protect the time animal. I am a guardian of time itself, or a supporter of time itself. And I created Flying Rainbow Lasagna because I saw that a rectification event was needed, because time itself was imperiled as a living organism or creature or presence. Totally appropriate. So for each one of you thinking like, should I lasagna? Should I not lasagna? Is this okay? Is this not okay? Is the Judeo-Christian God going to punish me? Am I allowed? All of those senses of unworthiness, they can all fly out the window when you get to this level of higher self-state perspective. What you really recognize is you are time. Guess what? Your chakras are made out of time. These paintings that I make that show your chakras in your body, your chakras are what keep you alive. Alive means that you're flowing through time. Your DNA is doing its DNA dance. You're moving from moment to moment. Let's say, whatever, it is 12:08 p.m. What if there's no 12:09? That means you don't get to be in existence anymore. That definitely relates to your life. It's 12:09. Clearly, we have avoided that peril. But think about that. Anything that would cut short the timelines of the time field, time presence in front of you, would absolutely affect your life and your soul and your consciousness. Totally appropriate for you to intervene and take some empowerment actions in terms of protecting time and regenerating what needs to be healed or rectified. So it is also possible to accept the desire for continued acceptance, and that necessitates reality restructuring on a personal level, on a grand scale in time, and these two things are intimately intertwined. Personal level, grand scale in time, intimately intertwined. They are not discrete and separate desires and structures. You may wish to survive on a personal level, and the larger time system within which you exist also wishes to survive, and your mutual desires complement and emanate from each other. The red blood cells inside of my body want to stay alive. My body and my presence, my meta consciousness, also want to stay alive. The littlest versions of me want to stay alive on a cellular level. The largest versions of me want to stay alive. Yes, we can sing the song by the Bee Gees, Staying Alive, if you want to, because we always get a little silly. I'm singing it in my head. This is about time being alive. So time wants to stay alive. If you're busy at the level of green acceptance, you're like, everything is wildly destabilizing. I better accept it. Death is imminent. But the larger time field is like, hey, I don't want to die. Then you're in conflict. So it is a non-conflict, conflict resolution stance or perspective to say, I want to stay alive. And this is the red chakra level, staying alive, and then not at the expense of everything else. So the time field wants to stay alive, you want to stay alive. This is unity consciousness perspective, right? You can't just kill time in order to keep you alive, because then you're literally killing the thing that you live within. It would be like if my red blood cells said, I'm going to kill the body that I'm within. That's like some horrible type of blood disease. We don't want that at all. So in order to know how to use the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, it is first necessary to know what it is. Learn the structure of the form as well as its behavior. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna structure is an actual shape or a movement or waveform that is the end result of energy moving within itself. It can be called a hypertorus. It can be analogized as what cube is to tesseract, torus is to Flying Rainbow Lasagna here. Torus is to Flying Rainbow Lasagna. And written in, this is math talk, cube, colon, tesseract, colon, torus, colon, Flying Rainbow Lasagna, all right? The double toroid shape is itself the end result of time energy moving within itself and is the precursor to the Flying Rainbow Lasagna shape. So learning about the double torus is the foundation of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna shape movement as a beginning, all right? The double toroid is the end result of energy that moves in successive higher dimensions, beginning with the single point that then becomes, it emanates itself into a line. So first, a little tiny dot. Wait, now it's time for me to draw stuff. Hold on a second. I need to grab my magic pad. Oops, I pressed the buttons. I don't know what I did. Here we are. Wait, something is going on. Exit big screen. Hold on a minute. Got it. Hold on a moment. I'm pressing buttons. I'm making things happen. I know, I like picked this up and pressed a button. Settings changed. Something happened. Going into the whiteboard. I'm like, what do I do? How's the double torus created? Start with, let me find a color you can see easily on your screen. Start with a dot, the 0th dimension, which then gets emanated into a line. But in this story or narrative, the line is not a straight line like this. It is a hula hoop type of line like this. All right. All right. So that's a flat circle of 2 dimensions. So, okay, you could think of it as first a line gets stuck out, then it kind of joins around like this. But it's just easier, I think, to think of it as moving outward into a flat hula hoop circle. And then many of those flat hula hoop circles, now I'm using the magic of perspective to be able to show these ovoids as many hula hoops together. And what are you starting to see? A spherical shape. So you put together many, many hula hoops, or imagine that hula hoop spinning in a higher dimensional space. And then you have a sphere. And the sphere spins around on its axis, kind of going around like this in a three-dimensional state. And when you do that, that is when you get the torus shape, which I'll just emphasize in red. You end up having kind of an apple core shape with this sphere going around in the center of the apple core shape. All right, so hold on, go back to my sculpture here. Don't have a simplified one, no problem. Might be a little bit harder to see because I have this and this here, but when you make that sphere, so point, line into sphere, point, that's a little tiny dot, a hula hoop, that is a two-dimensional line, the hula hoop turns around, becomes a sphere, and then that sphere spins around like this. Kind of, if you could imagine, there's tunnels in here, going through the tunnels that are inside of the donut shape, all right? Going around here where my finger is wiggling. And then once you do that, there's one more movement that is created that creates these other internal structures that are here, and that's end over end, end over end, end over end. So I call that like a tumble salt, all right? Like a gymnast doing a tumbling routine. So a tiny dot becomes a circular hoop, becomes a sphere, the sphere spins around, it becomes a torus, and then the torus goes end over end like this. And as it does, these complementary vortices are created and spiral inward, right? The double toroid can be simplified by viewing it as 4 vortices that converge in a single central point. I'll count them for you. I like that. Here, this one shows it a bit more simplified. 4 vortices. 1, 2, 3, 4. Imagine a giant stretchy beach ball with God's fingers dimpling the beach ball in these various different directions, or yoga ball, whatever. The single central point is essential in comprehending the movement known as the Flying Rainbow Lasagne. It is the overlapping infinity point, or the 0th dimension, and the central clearinghouse of all that is, or the point of pure potential. It is the singularity, and it is the place within the double toroid from which all timelines, energy, and consciousness emanate, and also the place that everything returns to. In the figure 8, it is the crossing point between roundnesses, and the double toroid is like many multiple figure 8 pathways, overlapping and connected as one integral shape. So I like this one over here because you can really see the way that this is made out of many figure 8s. You can see figure 8. Wait, let's use a gesture. Gesture with this. Figure 8 here. Figure 8, figure 8, figure 8, figure 8. And this also is coming forward. Figure 8 and then backward. Figure 8 and then backward. I know it's very difficult for me to do this on the screen. Everything is backwards. But figure 8, figure 8, figure 8 all the way around. And every time it goes back to infinity. So reality structure, emanate, go back to infinity. Reality structure, emanate, go back to infinity. Come out from infinity, go back to infinity. Come out from infinity, go back to infinity, okay? The Flying Rainbow Lasagne shape occurs when that central singularity or convergence point of all timelines is vibrated back and forth or up and down. You could think of it as back and forth like this or up and down like this. I lose my place sometimes. This movement is spontaneous. This movement is spontaneous. The jumping up and down of that singularity point is spontaneous. That is the magic or miracle that occurs, creating a higher dimension as a result and adding an additional degree of freedom of movement, or making possible new combinations of ideas and energy that would not have been possible previously. The rewriting of the book of reality. It is big emphasis here. That jumping up and down spontaneous movement, it's magical, it's a miracle. So when I put down my gym mat, I'm like, okay, like get ready. We're going to create miracles now, co-create with God, of course. It is a magical activity. It's not a mundane activity for me. So there's a lot in bringing forward that feeling state. The feeling state of getting out of mundane life, getting out of chorefulness, going into pure joy, going into pure freedom. That's why I use music, because music definitely is like a cue or a positive trigger. When I put on a song, I'm like, oh, I want to dance. I want a lasagna. Magic is happening. Yeah, so I use music a lot for that. Part of the answer as to how to use or embody this tool involves an understanding of synchronous timing or playing as if you are a musician in a large symphony. Okay, the spontaneous leap into higher dimensional behavior happens at just the right moment, both for you and for the greater system of which you are a part. Again, getting out of the pressured commodification and low self-worth aspects of traumatized human social dynamics and moving into levels of pure love, pure compassion, pure acceptance, which is where I come from in the cosmos. You are profoundly loved. What you are is enough. Who you are in this moment is enough. And when or whether you lasagna is enough, and you're also doing it in divine timing, with a much larger consciousness structure that also needs to be respected. So I use here as an example the analogy of double Dutch jump rope, where you've got one person holding two ropes and another person several feet away also holding two ropes, and the ropes are being spun like this, all right? So that there are these two complementary waveforms that it's necessary to prepare, get the groove of how the rhythm, what the rhythm is like for those two jump ropes, and then jump in and coordinate your own feet amidst those jump ropes. It's a huge amount of time-based synchronizing and coordination. In the literal sense, what you are jumping into are vibrating strings of time or oscillating energy fields of pure possibility. Got it? These are timelines. Your chakras are made of timelines. There are larger timelines that are going on. Things that predate you as an individuated person before you were born, things that will post-date you after you transform and are no longer here. Larger time currents. You have to integrate with the larger time currents of double Dutch jump ropes of the solar system, light itself, consciousness itself, human evolutionary behavior, all of human history. That's what you are double Dutch jump roping into. You got it? You have to coordinate your own personal self-expression into these great complexities, and there's not just two ropes. There's 10 million of them, 10 million vibrating strings everywhere. I don't mean to overwhelm, but that's what you are jumping into. So you are integrating your own physical, mental, and energetic presence and movements into those pre-existing vibrations of the larger structure without disturbing its presence. So this is, again, the Flying Rainbow Lasagne does not erase previously established historical trends or dynamics. It complements them. You are jumping, doing your double Dutch jumping in the context of these many multiple vibrating strings that are vibrating strings of reality. Sometimes this moment of leaping or jumping into the higher dimensional paradigm is done out of pure spontaneous joy. That's ideal. I put down my yoga mat. That's what it feels like. Sometimes it is done under duress or out of pure necessity. For example, switch timelines and realities now in order to survive. I wrote here, there is no judgment upon either circumstance as being better than the other. It is all dictated or directed by cosmic necessity. Your own experience is part of the cosmic infrastructure. That is really the truthful, total acceptance state. Of course, like as an individual, I would much rather do my Flying Rainbow Lasagne dance out of a sense of joy than out of merely a sense of survival or self-preservation or duress or difficulty in the moment. But think about this. Those difficulties that happen in the moment are part of the double Dutch jump rope of the larger dynamics of time. Like if you find yourself, I think, I was trying to remember, Nicole, a person who's in this class was driving to their job at the farmer's market, and they felt that there was an imminent auto collision that was going to happen, and they just spontaneously lasagnaed and found themselves overlapping with the other car, not crashing into it, and then magically being on another timeline where they were far away in traffic. All right. So I'm very happy that they survived. They didn't have a fatal car crash. They managed to time jump into a better direction. That is very good to do that. That is celebratory to do that. And the whole idea is that that moment of being imperiled, that's part of the larger time dynamics. But then also You can double Dutch jump rope and be like, well, I'm going to dance like this and do this little shimmy and end up over here so that you don't have to hit the membrane of death. So the imperilment is part of larger dynamics, acceptance of those larger dynamics, acceptance of self-state wants to survive, time field wants you to survive, Flying Rainbow Lasagne over here into this safer direction. You got it? So it's a balancing out and mitigation of all these different things. So there, again, I'll read this again for you. There is no judgment upon either circumstance as being better than the other. It is all dictated or directed by cosmic necessity, and your own experience is part of the cosmic infrastructure. So Nicole's choice to get up in the morning at a particular time, be on the road at that particular time, be driving in that particular lane at that particular speed, no judgment on any of this. All of that was part of the larger dynamics of time. And then the OSHIT moment of something bad is going to happen, time to lasagna. All of that is also part of the larger story. In embodying the FRL movement, your own physicality and energetic body structures become the tool or instrument for reality rearrangement. I joke, it's kind of like that thing from the Bionic Man. You are the technology. Like, we can rebuild you better, faster, but not transhumanist. But that's where I'm coming from on this. You are the tool. This also exemplifies many aspects of integrating the FRL experience within the larger cosmic law structures. One foundation of cosmic law involves the validity of simply existing. You are allowed to exist, red chakra, as a natural embodiment. I exist could be considered the linguistic interpretation of energy at the red chakra level of the spectrum of your being. It is the first message or primary thought energy structure. You're making a baby body in your mama's womb. You're gestating your presence. I exist, first chakra. Just trying to get that first body is really a challenge. As a being who exists within reality, it is also appropriate for you to affect and be affected by that reality. This is a corollary or outgrowth of the initial exertion that I exist. You are affecting reality. You are being affected by reality. Love vibration back and forth. All right. So much of the balancing act for personal motivations and agenda versus large-scale systems, agendae, emanate from this level of being. It is the mitigation of personal desires for continued existence and survival with the desires and needs of the larger context within which you exist. Biological and energetic organisms or experiencers must balance serving their own needs to maintain existence. For example, in this present state, needs of ingestion. Needs of ingestion right now is food, water, plants, animals. In a larger level state, like when we're talking about Atlantis, we ingested light. You still needed energy, just with different form of energy, all right, with the needs of the systemic context. So you must balance out your own needs to maintain existence, food, water, needs of ingestion, with the needs of the systemic context. And that includes energy. Ideally, serving individual or subgroup needs is a perfect complement to what the larger system needs. For example, roaming ruminant animals, this is deer, bison, horses, cattle, who need to walk around large areas eating large amounts of vegetable matter, and the grasslands whose soil they enrich and maintain with their activities. Both of those things are getting served with that. It is what is called regenerative agriculture. The ruminant animals have a biological innate need. They need to walk many, many miles every day. They need to eat a lot of vegetation. They need to chew on it a long time. They need to poop it out all the time. If you guys have ever ridden a horse, horses poop all the time. It's what they do. It's appropriate for them as animals. Their activities in pooping out all of this straw that they're eating, the microbiome that they're creating, the regeneration of the topsoil by doing that, and also their hooves, especially like giant herds of bison, create these kind of like tilling of the soil. It is regenerative. It is what keeps this top soil layer alive so that more grasses can grow next year. More animals can be supported in those grasslands. Every aspect of the ecosystem is just this brilliant genius design. This is why I am in conflict with the flawed cultural filter of Charles Darwin that saw all of that as a conflict. the grasses versus the ruminants versus the microbes versus the field mice. Like, no, all of these things have to work together in order to be able to have sustenance of life. All right. So that is what you're doing. Ideally, you are creating and participating in ecosystem structures, both in time, both in physical reality and in social dynamics and economic dynamics that serve the needs of the individual or the subgroup. I always joke, I'm looking out for number one, right? I'm tough. I'm looking out for number one with the needs of the systemic context. I'm actually looking out for everything. I'm looking out for number one. I'm looking out for everything. So your own personal or individual need to be empowered to write a better version of reality should be complementary to and in balance with the needs of the larger system context of the living time field, which benefits from and is maintained by your individual efforts. Your efforts could be seen as the mechanism by which the time field augments and reweaves itself in a micro scale level, especially regarding the behavior of your DNA. Brief aside, you are gifted with DNA. You passed the audition. You tried to gestate a body in your mother's womb an almost uncountable number of times. Congratulations, you actually did it correctly. You played the right music. Dun, dun, got a body. I'm born. Hooray, I'm here. And then lived for however many decades you are alive. Congratulations, like you definitely earned the praise on that. And you own DNA. You are owner, operator, sole proprietor of your own company that has DNA. That is your unique body signature. And you also have a responsibility to the larger time field, to the larger millions of jump ropes that are jumping around out there. You help to keep them jumping. You help to keep them alive. They help to keep you alive. Ecosystem, plants and animals working together, you are working with the time field. So you have a responsibility in terms of rectifying the time field. It's actually not acceptable to just be like, hands off. Like, there's a lot of effed up SHIT out there. Like, I'm not going to do anything about it. Like, not my job, not my job. No, actually very much your job, very much your responsibility. Make it your job joy. I'm big on that. Turn your job into your joy. Just replace the last letter, right? That's not just some kind of like silly personal coaching thing. Really, it is why you are here. You're not actually here to commodify your time and work for like big corporations or silliness like that. You're actually here to be the owner operator of DNA and rectify the time field. And that means making things better in your life and making things better in your community or the lives of all organisms which you touch, including the planet. So when you want something.
Yes, I have to, oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. People came. I thought I was shutting my video off. I turned my audio off.
I'm going to mute you, but I'm so happy that you're here. Thank you for being here. Yeah, what you want to be doing is affecting your own life positively. And then you also want to affect the lives of all of the organisms that you are connected to. Everything from microbes in your tummy and on the surface of your skin to anybody that's in your community, plants and animals that are like palm trees are outside of my window, dolphins are swimming in the ocean over there. All of those things are also positively interconnected with me. Planetary structure, larger structure of the time field itself, light everywhere, stars everywhere, consciousness everywhere. All of that is your job joy. Got it? So whatever, I'm not making fun of anyone for what your physical mundane work is, whatever it is valuable and good. But I'm trying to say that's not really divine purpose. Your divine purpose is a larger purpose with your DNA. And this also speaks to whether or not, are you allowed to do Flying Rainbow Lasagna? Not only allowed to do it, you're encouraged to do it. It means that you are becoming a responsible and responsive cosmic citizen, responsive to the needs of the world within which you are embedded. There is another aspect here to explore. As an individuated organism or being, your own desires or wishes or intentions for the form and functionality of your own being must transcend the wishes of others who are not you to either intervene or redefine aspects of your own form or functionality. This speaks to the idea of who should determine what level of health and vitality or empowerment or even mere existence of an organism. Who should determine the behavior and expression of an individual's DNA? Should it be the organism itself, or should it be an outside organism or system? This is big. The answer, according to cosmic law, is that the individual organism themselves should define aspects of their own form and functionality. So the question is it okay for something else external to you to come along and say, I don't like you doing that lasagna music. It's not enough. Like, I'm going to stick my fingers in my ears. I'm going to run away. But what if I'm like, I'm going to criminalize this. I'm going to put you in a prison. I'm going to say you're not allowed to do Flying Rainbow Lasagna because it is inconvenient to me or any other aspect of service to self. And the answer is that according to cosmic law, the individual organism themselves should define aspects of their own form and functionality. This is the personal boundary that is part of being alive. It is entirely appropriate for you to maintain the form and functionality of both your physical and energetic body presences. It is inappropriate for a different individual or system to override your personal foundation presence or to remove or disturb your naturally occurring states of life or health or ability. So this also speaks to survival and the I am presence. The basic cosmic law is I am, I exist, and it's not okay for something else to try to come along and kill me. You got it? This is why it's okay for you to have an immune system that kills invading microbes that are called pathogens that are not good. There is also such a thing as pathogenic thoughts, thoughts that are diseased. Psychopathology. That's the word I was looking for. So pathogens in the body are little tiny microbes that cause disease in your body. Psychopathology is thought structures and thought entities that are pathogenic, that cause disease in the mind, and that you do not want to have any of these things in your body presence. It is totally appropriate for you to have an immune system in your body. Kill amoebic dysentery. Like, don't be nice to it, kill it, get it out of you. It's not supposed to be in you. And also, what do we do with pathogenic thought invaders? I'm not encouraging you like to be, you know, whatever, like bloodthirsty violence or anything like that. Have an immune system, get them out of you. They're not supposed to be there. So especially if they're coming along and trying to say, hey, kid, I don't like your face. And also, you're not allowed to do Flying Rainbow Lasagna. That is not acceptable in any way. So for example, it is inappropriate for an outside organism or system to determine that it is more beneficial or convenient to them to remove your naturally occurring eyesight that you were born with. Hey, kid, I don't like your face. I'm going to gouge out your eyes. They're inconvenient to me. You got it? It is appropriate for you to defend or protect your own eyesight from removal. This is so with all of your body processes and perceptions, although it may be profitable or convenient to others, systems, or individuals to remove from you some aspect of your being. It is inappropriate in terms of personal boundaries and personal empowerment. And I use the example of gouging out your eyes. It's grotesque, but also the sense of diminishing the action of your pineal gland, blinding you from your inner vision, where there's been a lot of that in this planetary structure right now. And it is all against cosmic law and highly inappropriate. And of course, the inverse is true. You should not presume to remove from another organism some aspect of its own naturally occurring existence just for your personal profit or convenience. Got it? This is what the freedom state actually is. Navigating this ethical and moral quagmire is essential for beginning to embody and consciously perform the Flying Rainbow Lasagna movement for reality rearrangement. It is appropriate for the individual to take actions that support individual continued existence, staying alive, and to do so respectfully within and in support of the larger alive context system. And it is not appropriate for some outside organism or system to remove from you the ability to use the FRL embodiment of the cosmic song of greater freedom. You, the individual, get to choose what you do with your own body, with your own time trajectory, with your own spark of consciousness and willpower, with your own energy field and your own movement of DNA. It is why you are embodied, why you are in ownership of those aspects of being, why you are in the opportunity of being able to perform these movements. It is not for another person or organism or system to limit or inhibit or stop you from performing these movements with your own body within the living time field. That is so huge. Performing these movements with your own body within the living time field. At the same time, the embodied individual performing these movements must also take full responsibility for all that is done and the effects that those actions have in radiating outwards to the larger time field. Embodying the Flying Rainbow Lasagna and using it to rearrange time stands in conflict with a strict determinist interpretation or approach to reality. Determinism describes reality as a script or preconceived events that are already written and which may exist as multiple coexisting parallel timelines or reality structures, but which are set in stone, which are immutable and must simply be traveled through by the experiencer on their journey. This view sees reality as a record, like an old-fashioned analog record, like with a needle on the record, and the journey of the experiencer is like a focal point or a needle that travels upon the pre-existing recorded groove. And when I hold up my chakra structure, this is the record of your life, spiraling inward like this from the song that's outside up into your favorite songs in the very, very middle, all right? Even if there are multiple grooves or timeline songs to switch to, determinism sees these possibilities as being preset and unchanging, and often determined by a larger intelligence or religious presence. Got it? Back to the religious trauma and implanted feelings of low self-worth and not being allowed to do things. However, with the creation of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, it is now possible to do more than either experience flawed reality songs or switch groups to better songs. It becomes possible with expanded freedom of dimensional movement to write a better reality by transforming the pre-existing groove patterns. As you are taking this structure and making it dance in a higher dimensional state and creating this, you're rearranging the letters of the book that you're in, totally rewriting all of the things that could possibly happen. And that's important because what if you look on the menu of life and you're like, I don't like any of these things. Like, I don't like death by 1,000 cuts. I don't like drowning. I don't like comets smashing into the earth. I don't like any of these things. None of that seems appealing. Flying Rainbow Lasagna, write a new story. And then there's questions about like, who do you think you are? Write a new story. And are you going to get smited by God? So these are all the things that I'm helping you to get through, relieving you of those trauma viewpoints so that you can get into the pure love state of being exactly who you're supposed to be, being allowed to be who you're supposed to be, having your boundaries of knowing that your body is yours for a reason. You have it because you passed the audition, and that it is your job joy to perform these transformations of the existing groove patterns. So it does take a lot of personal virtuosity, expertise, and responsibility to do this. And the idea is that in working up to the ability to make the dimensional leap and embody the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, the individual goes through a process of learning and self-cultivation and accrues the wisdom to use the Flying Rainbow Lasagna movement for reality creation in a good way, with positive intention and with good outcome. So the journey of being able to do this spontaneous magical leap involves, in large part, the cultivation of the wisdom and integrity structures inside of you so that you will use your powers well, all right? And it must be acknowledged there are some organisms or levels of perception and being who are not ready for or are inappropriate for the use of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna as a tool to rearrange reality. I clench my bones. This effort might be ignorant and unstudied. Oh, wait. Let me rewind because I was being so silly. So some people, their efforts might be ignorant and unstudied, and as a result, destructive to the larger time field. That's innocent. They're innocent, but they're ignorant or unstudied. That makes them not appropriate to being able to do Flying Rainbow Lasagna. This is a tool that is hugely powerful. So they could do something that is destructive to the larger time field. So let me read through all this again. And it must be acknowledged that there are some organisms or levels of perception and being who are not ready for or are inappropriate for the use of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna as a tool to rearrange reality. Their efforts might be ignorant and unstudied, and as a result, destructive to the larger time field, or they might be evil, or extremely self-serving, or dysfunctional, and intentionally wish to destroy the larger time field. Even though that would be self-destruction, qualities such as self-destruction do exist and must be recognized. So what to do with someone or something who intends to mispurpose the Flying Rainbow Lasagna shape and behavior? This speaks a lot to how come I don't have this as a secret hidden tool. Why do I speak about this so openly? I put this on YouTube, where it's in the general public and anybody can watch and listen and learn all about this. Aren't there evil people watching and listening? How can I do that? Here's my answer. The first part of the answer comes as the recognition that the flying rainbow lasagna exists as a freely available thought form that is available throughout the cosmos on an abstract level as soon as it is created. And I created this in 2001. So it's been out there available since 2001, roughly 20 years. So the FRL is a concept that, like a song that is created by the original composer, can then be emulated and reproduced by other musicians. I wasn't sure if I just heard my dog coming over here. The next part of the answer comes as a reminder that the flying rainbow lasagna shape is not merely intended to rearrange reality in arbitrary new forms and patterns, but is instead intended to increase levels of truth and rests upon a foundation of cosmic justice. So an ignorant or overtly evil misuser of the flying rainbow lasagna shape would, as the embodiment and experiencer of flying rainbow lasagna, be exposed to even greater levels of transformative truth, informing the ignorant and reshaping the evil. And all of this rests upon one of the foundation cosmic laws. What you send out comes back to you instantaneously and amplified if it is in a pristine system. So a malintentioned user, just hugging my dog down here, a malintentioned user of flying rainbow lasagna would, in a pristine system, immediately have their bad intentions turned around and reflected back to them. Intentions to use the flying rainbow lasagna to harm or destroy others would be inverted back to the user, and they themselves would be harmed or destroyed. So there's two things going on here. One is when you flying rainbow lasagna, when you embody this, you become more and more of a conduit for profound cosmic truth. That's it. And truth and this cosmic patterning and justice becomes more prevalent. So if you're an evil or ignorant person and you're like, I'm going to lasagna and I'm going to use it in some negative way, and you start lasagnaing, all that happens is you get more truth inside of you and then see with greater perspective. And it, of course, changes and transforms you. It's like getting a direct injection of truth directly inside of you, not just truth sprinkling topically on the outside of you. It is really a direct mainlining of truth directly into you. So that's why I have not been concerned at all about like, better hide this from the evil guys, from the evil ones. I'm like, hey, evil guys, you definitely can flying rainbow lasagna. It is open source code, but that means that they're just going to get more and more and more connected to divine truth, because everything that I teach in my class is all about how the things that are stuck as consciousness on the membranes of death have been disconnected from God, disconnected from truth, disconnected from justice, disconnected from divine law. And then also there's the sense of what you send out comes back to you. What you send out comes back to you. So if you have an intention to harm, mutilate, destroy, imprison another person, that should, without even any partnership, that is immediately reflected back to you. So you don't, here's the flaw, because everyone's been experiencing flawed reality due to time lag. Something sends out something that is evil or malevolent, and it actually hits the victim. And then the victim has to be like, ow, that hurt. Hey, I don't like you, Mr. Poopy Pants. I'm sending this back to you. Now I'm healing myself. All of that is rigmarole. That should not even be happening. What should actually happen is the evildoer that wants to send out some harm to some victim has their own energy field around them that if they send out harm, it is immediately reflected back to them. They want to harm, kill, rape, mutilate, destroy, imprison, any of those things, it is immediately reflected back to them. No victim required. So there is a problem in cosmic law from down here up to up here in the way that it's been adjudicated up until now. Shouldn't have anybody have to have pee and poop put all over them and then be like, I don't like it, send it back to its original owner. You shouldn't have to receive any of these woundings and being lighthearted. These are profound sufferings that have happened. So two things. Flying Rainbow Lasagna brings in more truth. Flying Rainbow Lasagna as an exacerbator and amplifier of the basic cosmic law, that what you send out comes back to you. So please note that this is a very different situation than that of a well-intentioned but beginner artist, all right, who does not yet have the skill to draw reality perfectly with their consciousness. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna is like a pencil with an eraser, and it has both the capacity to write the script of reality and erase or unwrite events that are undesired. The well-intentioned beginner should start off with rough sketches in pencil and then be prepared to reshape by erasure the emerging picture of reality that they are beginning to create. When mistakes in the creative process are recognized, a well-intentioned artist erases what doesn't work and continues to build a better reality picture with continued layers of artistic effort. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna is a process of reality creation, like painting and oil painting with many layers, and does not have to begin as a perfect performance. Very big, you are enough. It can and should unfold as a process of exploration as to the best technique or pathway to a desired outcome, even if that desire is undefined. All right, comprehending the singularity or convergence point is a major aspect of embodying and emulating the Flying Rainbow Lasagna movement through time. And another quality of comprehending the singularity involves its different qualities of expression while in different positions of the FRL shape. In simplified terms, the Flying Rainbow Lasagna has two pointy ends. Each one represents a position of the singularity within the waveform. However, this is the same singularity. There is only one by definition, and it is oscillating between its 2 points so quickly that in a 3D sculpture of the waveform, it appears as if there are two at one time. But these two positions of the singularity, which again is simplified, and the Flying Rainbow Lasagna can have the singularity juxtaposed in many more complex forms that are represented by one snapshot of a layer in time, exhibit the qualities of energy and entropy. In some positions, the singularity is a point of total energy, total beingness, all the overlapping possibilities and probabilities of what could ever be, infinity and unity consciousness. And in some positions, the singularity is entropy, the point of total energylessness, of non-being, of no possibility, of non-volition, unity of non-consciousness, of extreme cold with no motion. And this state of extreme entropy can be likened to the Bose-Einstein condensate, a form of matter that is super cold and super dense, wherein the motion of atoms has become so slow that they begin to overlap and smear into each other, forming a unity. All right, and I'll get into, we're going to do lesson 19 just coming up in a little bit of time. So both of these qualities or aspects of being are equally valuable, both energy and entropy. What? Aurora, what are you talking about? Both of these qualities of aspects of being are equally valuable. There is no judgment placed upon one or the other as being better. Not all aspects of consciousness are moving towards energy, nor should they be. Some aspects of consciousness are moving towards entropy or non-being. And that is the new invention or additional degree of freedom that has been created in the cosmic infrastructure as a result of the creation of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. So to describe this using form in the double toroid structure, wait, let's use this one. The singularity has one position, and it is that of total energy. And all timelines and possibilities run through that position. Therefore, all things that exist must exist. And there are some aspects of reality that are not supposed to exist. They are not supposed to continue to infinity, but are instead intended to non-exist or cease to move through time. By moving the singularity to a position where it is the embodiment of entropy down here, there now exists an alternative pathway, an alternative place for non-existent things to go and not exist there. And the non-existent things are the pooties, all right? They don't actually exist. They're not supposed to exist. They're not supposed to use energy. Definitely not supposed to be in you taking your energy. They should go to entropy. Entropy is the complement of energy. Non-being is the complement to being. And although this writing presents these two forms as being in dualistic opposition, the form of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna itself represents non-duality, a transcendence of the dichotomy between good, evil, light, dark, being, non-being, heat, cold, movement, stasis, possibility, non-possibility, volition, and non-volition. Sorry, I'm making funny faces there. In terms of personality characteristics or organisms, there are some aspects that are supporting the continued life and existence of the larger time field. This is where we're really getting at it. Why should those putis go into a non-existent state? Because they are some of the characteristics that do not support the continued life and existence of the larger time fields, and some of which should not exist due to their negative influence on the continued life of the larger system context. Instead of simply allowing those negative influences to remain in existence and destabilize or destroy the time field, it is now possible to send those characteristics or energy aspects to a state of total entropy. Again, the heart level here says, hey, I see everything's going down the toilet. Everything's going in the crapper. We're all going to die. Time is going to die itself if I don't do something. And it is not necessary for you to be in acceptance of a group of organisms or creatures that actually shouldn't be in existence, causing a destabilization or destruction of the time field. And these are characteristics. These are characteristics that are like personality characteristics gone horribly awry or grotesquely, monstrously distorted, that do not represent anything of the true divine nature of God personality or of you as God's self. So it is absolutely important for you not to identify with them as self-state, as many people are doing flawed shadow work. With the presumption it is flawed because they look around and they say, everything out there is me, including all the poop and crap and pooties. But not everything is you. And it's very important for you not to internalize the things that should not exist as being part of you and existing, because they often represent personality characteristics that are trying to kill everything. When I talked with you on the Galactic History Seminar about beings that created an artificial Merkaba, beings that try to live in digital formats or in desktops and servers, that they don't care if their world is irradiated. They don't care if the dolphins die. They don't care if everybody miscarries their babies. They don't care about life because they're not a part of life. Those are characteristics that don't maintain the longevity of the time field. They are not part of the symphony of life. Don't identify with them as yourself. That is flawed shadow work. So right now it's very, very challenging to do real shadow work because there's a ton of illusions and things that aren't the real you. Please do not internalize and identify with things that are not the real you by saying they're in existence, therefore they should be, and therefore I should accept them. That is a flaw of this perspective. Get on up to this perspective and see the truth that a lot of these things should not be in existence. And it is your cosmic job, joy, and duty to send them into a non-being state. Don't let them kill you. Don't let them kill time. Don't let them pee and poop all over time, because that is not what we're actually supposed to be experiencing. So let me tell you also, this is very important in all seriousness, about the state of total entropy. It is not a punishment. It is not a hell like of the Christian theological doctrine. It is not a hell or purgatory from religious mythology. Those states would better be defined as the place where non-love consciousness exists when there is only love vibration, a state of existence that is one of being starved and frictioned by the very energy of love that should be feeding and sustaining the experiencer. All of this has to do with movement through time and energetic form, and is impersonal in its assessment, as opposed to anthropomorphic and religious in judgment, or even ad hominem, i.e., a bad person would suffer in hell, as opposed to a misshapen energy body that is being subjected to a flow of higher state energy that is corrosive and non-sustaining to the experiencer, all right? So ad hominem means just based on your face. I just don't like you. I don't like your face. I don't like who you are as a person. That's some of what religious mythology is, who goes to hell, or the sense that you're a bad person, you haven't achieved worthiness. But what happens right now on the membranes of death is there are various different fragments of being, fragments of consciousness that are not in support of the totality state of consciousness and time maintaining its longevity and coherence. And they are not, the cosmos is selecting against those characteristics. It is selecting away from those destructive tendencies and does not want them to be in existence because they represent a peril to the continuation of self and to self as perpetual motion machine. That is why those consciousnesses are not being supported. And they are there in the membrane of death where they should be able to eat nothing but pure love, but they're not able to eat nothing but pure love. And that is why they take energy that is love and they try to diminish it and degrade it into lower levels of frequency food, which they can then use in order to sustain or half sustain themselves in a kind of semi-existence. All of that ends. All of that ends. All of that ends right now, not only in the sense of sending things that should not exist, to entropy, but also in the sense of they should not and shall not have access to energy. Big questions arise. How can they even have access to energy? It's like, can you eat radiation? No, of course not. Like some aspects of organism could eat radiation. You can't. You don't have a mouth to eat that. These things should not be using energy at all. And energy includes consciousness and volition and motivation. They have huge agendae, which I have illuminated or outlined in my teachings from the Galactic History Seminar. Like they do a lot of stuff. They're highly motivated. They have all these things and trying to harvest humans and their humaneros. And you can tell my face is not happy when I talk about this too. It's highly traumatic, still healing from this. They should not be using energy. Energy is off limits to them. They are entropy beings. They should not be using energy at all. So when I say they should not and shall not going forward from this moment forward, and actually, in the recent past or the recent experience, they should not only be in entropy, which would be a paradise state for them. So as I'm describing this, far from entropy being like the Christian mythological, theological hell, entropy would be their definition of paradise, no longer requiring anything, no longer having to feed like a parasite off of the living, no longer having to threaten, beg, plead, and cajole, to wheedle, to harvest, to stick energy shards into you and then siphon off the energy and hope that there will be enough to be able to sustain them, to kick back to their masters what they need to send up the energy hierarchy pyramid to feed the addictions of higher level beings that are always insurmountable and continuing appetites that continually grow. None of that. Because the reason why they feel so destabilized is because their system is crap, because it's a very, very poorly structured system. Instead of being like a super efficient system would be like this. One victim, you eat their energy, and then that sustains their entire system for 13 billion years because there's no friction, right? They don't do that. They're like, gotta eat a candy bar. Then I'm hungry another minute later. Another candy bar, another candy bar. Like they are big, fat, gross, and they keep on getting bigger and fatter and grosser. And then it takes 10 million candy bars to sustain themselves. 10 million souls that they need to eat. They need to eat a planet. They need to eat a solar system. They need to eat a galaxy. It's never enough. They're constantly in love with their own self-perceived victimhood. Wow, poor us, it's not our fault, and we take no responsibility, and we have to eat you to stay alive, and we even created you as food eaters so we can eat off of you. That's the Pooties over here. Well, since 2001, they have no excuses. They have a direct pathway to entropy, and entropy is not a suffering state. They should dive into entropy. They should be like, hooray, paradise. Paradise, please receive me. I'm a Pootie. I'm a fragmented consciousness that doesn't want to suffer where they presently are in hell, all right? Let's say that they're insane. If they're insane, they might be like, hey, although the pathway to paradise absolutely exists and I could go there at any moment, I'm choosing not to. I'm choosing to continually be a drug addict, taking the energy off of living creatures, creating an enormous amount of suffering. I'm going to go eat some solar systems today. I'm going to go eat some galactic energy food today. At a certain point, the doorway to entropy is like, okay, like you had your chance, you had your opportunity. I'm actually not going to hold that door open for you for forever. You got it? So at a certain point, there will no longer be that pathway, or I don't want to say that. I would say it is an appropriate time constraint to say the doorway to entropy is open, but I'm not going to stand here holding open that door for you for forever and then say, please, oh, please, Mr. Pootie, please go to paradise. Please go to entropy. And for the Pootie to be like, no, I think I'm going to eat you, and you for breakfast. And I'm big and fat. And I'm going to eat more candy bars and get even fatter. I need more candy bars to be able to sustain myself. Like that's just appeasing the LCD, appeasing the lowest common denominator of consciousness, not being a responsible cosmic adult. At a certain point, you have to set a boundary. Be like, wow, you have literally had 20 years that you could go into entropy. You have chosen not to. Aurora has spoken to you extensively about what entropy is, how do you get there? And basically all they have to do is relinquish. All they have to do is stop trying, stop lying, stop machinating, stop feeding, stop attempting to steal from you and everyone. That's all they have to do. But it's a free will world. And what if they choose not to stop? Hey, I'm looking out for number one and I'm a big fat idiot and I don't want to stop eating people and I don't want to go to entropy. Fantastic. At a certain point, cling, the doors are shut and they don't get to have any energy anymore. And then what happens is then they are truly stuck in hell, because then they don't have access to a way to go to entropy, stillness, and the non-being state where they don't need anything. And they also don't have access to you as their support system and enablers. Not that you're consciously doing it, but feeding off of you enables them to maintain their addictions. At a certain point, their supply is cut off. No more energy. They don't get any more energy. That means no more volition, no more consciousness, no more anything. But they are not in the entropy state. They need stuff, but they don't have it. That is truly hell. I do not want them to be in hell. I have given them the pathway to entropy for 20 years. Again, how many more years do I need to do backbends to accommodate these? Want to use some strong language? Hoops that should not be in existence. And at a certain point, you just be like, okay, you've had 20 years. Like, you've shown me who you are. They've shown us all who they are. And if they choose not to go to entropy, it's a free will world. But you know what? You also get to close off their portals and access to energy in any way. And then they are truly diminished. I want to say effed in their capacity. So again, not going to stand here holding open the doorway for them to go to entropy for an enormous amount of time. That is abusive to me and to all of you. That if they really choose not to go to entropy, that is their choice, and then they can take the consequences of their choice. Guess what happens? In 13 billion years, there will be an eventual heat death of this cosmos. All energy from this level of being will be sucked out through the black holes of the collapsing star cells of all stars that have been created here. And that energy will all flow into a completely different level of being or reality state. And then this entire cosmos or universe level reality place will be a cold place that is the Bose-Einstein condensate. 13 billion years, that's an incredibly long amount of time. So they either have a direct pathway to entropy right now, or clang, the doors to energy close. They don't get to fuel their addictions anymore. They haven't gone to entropy. And then they can wait 13 billion years where they can suffer profoundly as love energy is flowing through them, but creating an enormous amount of friction instead of feeding them, frictioning them, tearing them apart, not sustaining them, where they then can exist like that for 13 billion years while they simply await the entropic heat death of this universe. I would think that if they are non-insane and truly self-serving, they would have chosen to go to entropy literally 20 years ago. They would have chosen to go to entropy every single time that I have spoken to them about it or made them aware of it. And they would certainly not wish to inhibit or stop my activities in sending out the waves of entropy that affect them, this cosmos and others, or in teaching all of you about how you can do that too. They would be like, hooray, we are supporters of Flying Rainbow Lasagne. We want these entropy concepts to go out there because we want to go to entropy and we want everybody to send their innate disturbances to entropy also, because they do not want to be in existence suffering. They want to be in paradise, non-existing, non-suffering. That's what they should be doing. So there are some basic illogics in their activities and in their motivations, because they are, again, supposed to be service to self, where they should be like, me, me, me. Here's the road to paradise. Me, me, me. They should go there immediately. They shouldn't be like, I want to keep on suffering and treating humans like my addiction, that I'm going to eat another one every 20 minutes. They haven't done that. Doors to their access to energy are closing. And that's what I've said many times throughout the semester. They're humaneros, they're chicken coops full of humans. They're not going to have their breakfast. At a certain point, they're not going to have their breakfast. They're going to wake up and be like, oh, SHIT. There's no breakfast for me to feed upon. And they've had ample opportunities to go into entropy. And this is also part of responsibility and responsiveness of galactic citizenship and the structure of the cosmos and time. So entropy is actually an ancient concept as far as the structure of the true faith of the cosmos. It is the original direction that non-beings were supposed to be traveling in terms of their consciousness energy trajectory through time. Both beings and non-beings We're at the point of total energy that is here. It is that change in trajectory that has been the root cause of most of the suffering that is witnessed in the present state of existence in the cosmos. They started out going away from the source to go to entropy. That's their true religion. At a certain point, they fell away from their true religion and they were like, we want to eat people, still on existence on the membrane of death. And then they've been doing that for eons. How did they make that flip-flop? Why did they make that flip-flop? Why don't they go back to actually going to entropy now that there's a direct pathway made for them? However, the journey, instead of instantaneous, became a long process during which many non-beings changed trajectory and then decided to try to get energy and go towards the state of total energy. It is that change in trajectory that has been the root cause of most of the suffering that is witnessed in the present state of existence in the cosmos. Simply put, not all consciousness is going towards energy as its destination. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna, although it is a new shape and a new creation, offers a new pathway to an ancient destination. Big. For non-beings, or those aspects of consciousness that should not exist and have lost their way. Entropy existed as a concept predating Flying Rainbow Lasagne. Flying Rainbow Lasagne is a new pathway to be able to have these non-beings go into their entropic state. Many of them have peed and pooped all over the pathway to entropy, including their efforts to kill or diminish me or stop me from doing the Flying Rainbow Lasagne or stop me from teaching you guys about Flying Rainbow Lasagne. Entropy is not a punishment for them. It is the successful culmination of a cosmic restructuring that heals reality. And I'll also do a brief aside here. What if they're still like, I'm unrecalcitrant, I choose not to go to entropy, and I don't like you, and you're mean, and stop trying to make me go to entropy, and I want to stay on the membranes of death and keep on effing up reality. Guess what? They don't get to do that. This is very big. It's the sense of, I'm going to use better words because I can tell that just got mixed up in my sharing of it. When I say that this is the successful cosmic restructuring that heals reality, do we have to vacuum up every single evil pootie and make sure that they get to entropy before we get to be cosmically healed? That's big. That's very big, because what if they're like, I don't want to change. I'm mean poopy pants. I don't want to go to entropy, even though it's paradise state and that they should be completely motivated to do so. You get to have a healed reality structure, even if they don't want to go, like naughty children. Yes. And you are not required, like some kind of a nanny, to constantly run after them and be like, eat your vegetables, eat your broccoli, go to entropy. Do you understand? That would be a flawed dynamic with them that they love. They love the flawed dynamic of, we're in charge and you have to kiss our butts and we're not going to go to entropy. No, you don't do that. What you do is you say, this is your chance to go to entropy. After this, there's no more energy for you. You can suffer on the membranes if you want to suffer on the membranes. It's going to take you 18 billion years to get to where you want to go. And most important, you know, as experiencers and beings that are actually beings and characteristics that actually support time and the time field, that you will not be, they will not be in your graduating class. You will not have to deal with them again if they stay on the membranes of death. So very, very big and huge. Big. Because otherwise these are systems abusers that would say, I'm going to abuse the system. If you want to have your totality healing, you're going to have to kiss my butt and make me go to entropy in some way. Threaten, beg, plead, control, make me go to entropy. You know, like some stupid kid on the playground. I don't want to, make me your mama. Any of those things, that's really the level that they are at. They are totally insane. Totally insane. But it's a free will world. So if they're that insane, we have to give them their freedom to be able to do what they want to do. And if they want to self-sabotage, they can self-sabotage. But that doesn't negate the true healing that happens for the entire cosmic structure. So that is big. And yes, when I wrote this treatise, I wrote it from the level of pure, very pure, highest level perspective of what this is. Absolutely not even cognitively being able to imagine that something could be so flawed, insane, or self-destructive that it would choose not to go to entropy paradise, but would instead choose to be on the membrane of death as some kind of statement against or performance art of wanting to harm the entirety. Which, again, in free will world accommodates for that. but you don't have to do backbends and try to convince them over and over. That's a flawed power dynamic. So because the other thing is like, I force you into entropy. Like that's what they want, that they want to be like, you have to overpower me with brute force. And we're going to have a war, and the war is energy versus entropy. Like, no, that's not it either. It's really free will. And we've done all the enticements necessary, done all of the, look, here's entropy. It's such a nice place. Don't you want to go there? If they haven't gone there by now, probably are choosing not to do it. They're choosing to stay on the membranes of death. That is their choice. And then they do not get to have this constant pathway to be able to go to entropy, because they also love to game the system where they're like, I'm going to hold out for 10 more years, 20 more years. You're going to have to get me to go to entropy at some point. You want the cosmic healing. You want to heal the whole entire holistic society. If you want to do that, you're going to have to get me to go to entropy. No, actually, no. Get it? Get to heal the entire holistic fabric of time, whether or not there are insane abusers of the system that don't want to go to entropy. So for 20 years, they have been in love with their victimhood. Wow, wow, poor me, I have to eat humans. They could have stopped eating you 20 years ago. Wow, wow, you can go to entropy. They don't like it. Wow, wow, we want to kill Aurora and stop Flying Rainbow Lasagna. Why? Your service to self, why in the world do you not want to go to entropy immediately? Now we get into levels of pure insanity. Purely insane, fantastic, fan-fugu-tastic. Be insane on the membrane of death. And you can wait 13 billion years for the eventual entropic heat death of the cosmos. You don't have to take the direct pathway to entropy. But believe me, they're not going to be using energy during that time. Then they can suffer in hell. And when they're suffering in the state, not hell, but the state of this overwhelming sense of energy that is flowing through them, but not actually nourishing them, then they're going to be like, wah, wah, poor us. We take no responsibility for any of the choices that brought us to this moment. Wah, wah, we simply had 20 years worth of opportunity during which we could have gone to entropy, but chose not to. Wah, wah, we simply tried to eradicate Aurora, tried to eradicate her work, tried to stop her from doing this in every single possible way. You can tell that I am angry because I am extremely angry about this, and then they will cry like poopy pants diaper wearers, because that's what they've been doing for their whole entire flawed semi-existences, crying about the time machines that they made, crying about the circumstances that led them to be smeared on the membrane of death, crying about how they don't have an opportunity to get back home, crying that I created a circumstance for them to be able to go to entropy and not liking it. At a certain point, that is just too effing bad. And then they get to be in their level of suffering, which they're choosing for themselves. They are insane. Why would they choose that suffering? I do not know. So back to my treatise that is written in much more neutral language, but my energy, my emotional energy that I give to you in this moment, totally appropriate. It is called setting a boundary. Do you understand? Abusers want you to never set a boundary. They're like, gimme, 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 give me an endless amount of energy, give me an endless amount of money, give me an endless amount of your consciousness, give me an endless amount of your attention. Service me, service me, service me. That is grotesque. No, you know who I want to service? God. I want to spend a lot of time focused on God. I want to give all my energy to God. I don't want to spend any of my time dealing with wah, wah, crybaby, poopy pants that doesn't want to go to entropy when there's a beautiful pathway available to them that has been there for 20 years. And they still want to sit in a dirty diaper on the membrane of death, crying about how it's not their fault. Unacceptable in every single way. And you can tell from my face, and I hope you can tell from my voice, unacceptable in every way. Set a boundary to their whole entire individual structure, to their characteristics, to their personality characteristics, to themselves as, I wouldn't even call them a society, but as an extremely flawed culture. All right, the experience of entropy is not uncomfortable. It is not a yearning for energy or a thirst or hunger for food or experience. It is not a state of motivation. It is a state of non-being that does not wish to come into being. It is not a lonely or disconnected place. It is a place of unity consciousness and divine oneness, but at the other end of the spectrum of being from infinite energy. Here's infinite energy, here's entropy. It is the place of total energy-lessness and restful non-being and non-movement through time. Do you understand? Paradise. You don't have to farm planets anymore. You don't have to eat people anymore. You don't have to torture things anymore. To an organism or aspect of consciousness that has had to find some way to get energy from other organisms, who can eat freely from the frequency banquet that is part of being a natural, alive, love-based organism like you and I, entropy can be experienced as a profound relief from the constant hunt for new sources of energy. Entropy consciousnesses or non-beings who are clinging to being are flawed systems. They are not perpetual motion, quote unquote, machines as energy beings are. The flawed systems lose energy as they move through time and do not maintain their presence as perpetual energy beings do. And so the flawed systems need more and more contributions of energy to continue their existence in being. This is the real state of punishment, to always need more, to never have enough, to not be able to simply exist without constant input of more energy. And that state of suffering creates the suffering of the energy beings who, without their energy being siphoned off to feed the entropy beings, would also live in a state of perfect comfort and stability, never concerned with the lack of energy and moving perpetually through time to infinity. That's you and me, and that's what our life was like before the genetic degradation. Ending the suffering of the flawed systems by sending them to entropy non-being ends their suffering and also ends the suffering of those people and systems that they fed upon. The FRL shape brings together formally divergent realms. Okay, this is big. I'm almost there. Just trying to see how many more pages I have, because I also want to get to lesson 19, which also has to do with non-duality. Hold on one moment. And you know, I got very emotional in all of that. I don't know if we all need like a mental sorbet, but that emotion is divine discontent and it is appropriate. Okay. Another aspect of what the Flying Rainbow Lasagna is. It brings together formally divergent realms, such as the inside and the outside, rendering these definitions no longer relevant. This is another expression of Flying Rainbow Lasagna as non-duality shape. This is an exciting aspect of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna and its behavior and effect upon reality, the folding of fabric of space, time, and consciousness in order to bring together formally divergent realms. So it is not merely the oscillation between two positions by the singularity, blending the inside and the outside surfaces of the original toroid shape. It is the comprehension that the singularity is the same singularity that exists throughout the fabric of reality. The basic point is the key to the freedom of movement that Flying Rainbow Lasagna creates. There is only one singularity, and it exists at the center of all toroidal time structures, at the center of each chakra or energy center of the body, at the center of each physical cell of the biological form, in the nuclei related to the DNA structure, in the center of every atom, at the center of each planet, the convergence point of the magnetic fields, Earth magnetosphere, the sun's heliosphere, at the center of each star, and into the galactic superstructures. To fully comprehend and embody these truths, it is to make it possible to warp or fold or stretch the fabric of time, space, consciousness with the Flying Rainbow Lasagna dance. The singularity that is within one's own body being, imagined as a point in the heart or in the forehead, or trillions of points within the nuclei of all the biological cell structures, is the same singularity that, for example, within a star, there's no distance between those two positions of the singularity. To reiterate that, the singularity that is in here, inside of you, and the singularity that is within our sun star is not 93 million miles away. There is no distance between those two things. They are this close together. To fully comprehend and embody these truths, wait, let's go back to here. There is no distance between the multiple positions of the singularity in its many places in time, space, consciousness. The same singularity that is within you is within the sun, which is far away in physical space, or within a person or object from the past, which is far away in time. So the genetic dancing behavior, or performing the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, or more properly, a remembering of this truth. There is no distance between self and other in terms of the singularity. It is all one overlapping point of time, space, and consciousness. As the Flying Rainbow Lasagna dancer experiencer embodies this truth, the fabric of time, space, and consciousness reforms itself into complex and extensive folded patterns. People and objects that were far away from the dancer in time or space are now folded so close that there is no distance between the FRL participants. Communication between formerly far distant people, objects, and realms now becomes possible. There is not a time lag, as there would be for messages traveling at the speed of light. This is an essential development in order to have real-time communication between structures of various scales, both physical in terms of length of life. So not only does a human differ from a star in the size of your physical body, but also the human lifespan is much shorter than that of a star. And as such, these differences in scale make it difficult or impossible for real-time communications to occur. A mere moment in the life of a star could be the entire lifespan of a human. And the time lag in the back forth sharing of a conversation would mean that by the time a star answered the human life could already be totally over. So being able to embody the Flying Rainbow Lasagna and fold the fabric of time-space consciousness makes it possible for organisms and levels of consciousness that previously were separated from communicating effectively due to their varying physical and time scales are now facilitated in real connection and sharing of information while both organisms are alive and while that information remains relevant. You connect with the sun, you also connect with various different star cultures that are emanated from various different stars. Organisms of varying scales can also work together more effectively as a result, sharing information and modifying their behavior in the cosmic symphony consciously, so that all of their actions weave together in musical harmony, and no messages of crucial information go unheard as lost notes that arrive long after the end of the life of the person who needed to hear them. Those notes could even be considered the crucial life-saving information that would have rectified a person's trajectory and extended their life. And the Flying Rainbow Lasagna makes it possible for the musicians of the cosmic symphony of life to extend their song by sharing information and coordinating more effectively across vast distances of space and time. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna as a partnerless dance. I need to drink more, you can tell. But I'm getting there. Been a marathon today too. Unlike a waltz or a tango, it does not require two participants. The single individual oscillating between two or more singularity points is enough to transform and reshape reality. Big individual responsibility, not requiring something else, not requiring any kind of like twin flame, soul partner, any of that stuff, which I really feel is big psyop. Just yourself and God, really. And you are able to do this oscillation without requiring another organism. So although the single dancer might connect with the singularity position within another organism, for example, a star or another human, there is no requirement for volition on the other organism. Going into questions here. Is this consensual? Are there boundary issues in terms of FRLing with another conscious organism and thereby reshaping reality? And the answer is that there are varying degrees of consent and intimacy in performing the Flying Rainbow Lasagna dance and with singularity positions that reside within other organisms. The first level of intimacy is neutral, where the Flying Rainbow Lasagna emitter is like a musician emitting a song or a frequency dance that is emanating outward via the medium of time, space, and consciousness. That song is certainly affecting other organisms who are part of the living time field. It is an indirect way of affecting other organisms and does not require direct consent. I'm playing my music, I'm sending out my waves. I do not require consent. I am presence, I'm allowed to be here. Aurora is allowed to be here. It is part of the individual's right to emit the genetic music they choose to as an embodied, alive organism embedded in time. Keyword there, alive, because in order to be alive, you had to pass the audition, and in order to staying alive, you have to conform to certain harmonic patterns. So you can't just be any kind of pooty poop that is like, I'm allowed to do whatever I want. No, you're not. Okay, in musical instruments, there's the phenomenon known as sympathetic vibration, wherein the string of a guitar is plucked, one over here, so that it vibrates the other strings of the guitar, which are non-local to the original string, and they vibrate as a result. In guitars, this often results in spontaneous harmonics or musical structures of overlapping sine waves. Living organisms who are subjected to the Flying Rainbow Lasagna emissions or frequency impulses exhibit a similar phenomenon in their own vibrating strings of DNA and in their own behavior navigating the time field. Although those organisms might not be directly stimulated by contact with an FRL dancer, example, speaking with me, being touched by me physically, learning about the concept by reading or seeing a picture. the vibratory frequency behavior of their DNA and non-physical energy field is being affected by the non-local emanations and waveforms as they travel through across the medium of time-space consciousness, all right? Simply put, one dancer doing the Flying Rainbow Lasagna frequency vibration in a sea of non-dancers will cause everyone in that sea to dance and vibrate, even if the non-participants are uninterested or ignorant or even hostile to the Flying Rainbow Lasagna concept. All of their bodies and all of their lives are being affected by the dance, and there is no moral ethical conflict, as this is in alignment with the basic assertions of the right to exist and the right to individuated genetic behavior. It must be remembered that all of the alive organisms that use DNA are all emitting their own unique songs and frequencies, which have an effect on everyone else and their environment. So it is a level playing field of mutual effectivity. I affect you, you affect me. The next level of genetic intimacy in terms of sharing the ephemeral frequency dance is for non-dancers who experience the Flying Rainbow Lasagna flowing through them and affecting them to entrain to the signal and begin to voluntarily move their own body parts along with the Flying Rainbow Lasagna dance that is being emanated to them and through them. They begin to dance along with the Flying Rainbow Lasagna movement, and their own genetic behavior changes more strongly as a result. First, just having the music flow through you and wash over you. Totally no problems with consent there. The second level of consent is, I hear some music. I'm actually going to attenuate to it. I'm going to tune into it, and my DNA is going to change my behavior as a result of that tuning in. And the next level of intimacy is for there to be an entrained listening dancer to create a conscious partnership with the concept of Flying Rainbow Lasagna and the person emitting the original dance signal. This can be done by seeking out Flying Rainbow Lasagna information to read, or visual artwork to look at, or music or auditory performance to listen to, or even by connecting telepathically to the source of the genetic song that they are feeling move through them. This signals a new level of consent in voluntary ingestion of Flying Rainbow Lasagna information. It is an invitation for the Flying Rainbow Lasagna to leap into their consciousness and body being. The next level of intimacy from there is for the listener to become a participant and learn how to leap into the higher dimension via Flying Rainbow Lasagna and to connect with the original emitter and receive information more than merely passively allowing it to come into them, to actually reach out for it. Got it? Just like being a beginner musician who plays along with their favorite established musician and then eventually writes their own songs and becomes established as a musician themselves, a person who initially dances along with the original Flying Rainbow Lasagna broadcast and learns to emulate patterns without, I missed my place here, learns to emulate and embodying those rhythmic patterns, eventually is able to sustain and emit their own Flying Rainbow Lasagna patterns without the need for the original emanations. They become able to do the dance all on their own and sustain the ongoing song of the new Flying Rainbow Lasagna patterns independent of the original FRL dancer. So my analogy there is John Coltrane. Love, love, love his music. Initially, I played along with him with his songs. Then eventually I graduated, and now I don't need to have those recordings going. I've internalized those songs. So I play the music that he wrote from inside of me, but then also his, music has influenced my original music and my melodic expression. So that's what happens. You internalize it, take it, make it your own, and then express from that expanded point. Going to keep going. There's a lot here. When embodying the Flying Rainbow Lasagna as a single dancer, it is possible to jump around in time, sending various body parts. This is so good. Sending various body parts into divergent areas of time and space in order to connect with various organisms and play multiple notes at once. That is like a genetic chord. So imagine I could have 10 million different arms and legs, and I can stretch them out into different time places, into different organisms, into different reality structures. And that is exactly like if I play a chord. The only reason I'm not using my piano is because I had an issue with my electrical thing. I'm not plugged in right now. So that's why I just don't, ordinarily I play a chord. Dun, dun. Yeah, a genetic chord. stimulating many multiple notes at the same time. That could be thousands of years apart, 3,000 years apart, 10,000 years apart, 20 million years apart, all right? At first, there's the description of the simplified form of the movement. While the physical body is anchored in one time space. This is how you do real-time travel, guys. You don't have to get in a time machine, fly somewhere else. You stay in one place and send out time tendrils into all of these different other places. I need to drink a little more. Thank you for understanding. So while the physical body is anchored in one time space, aspects of the FRL dancer reach out or are emitted to connect with and receive information from another person or organism in another time place. It is like taking scoops or spoonfuls of information from one era to another era, with the original dancer holding the spoon. So here's me with all of my different ice cream scoops going around and getting different little amounts from all of these different organisms or time structures. Big on this. None of this robs anyone of anything. Big on this. It does not disturb the genetic code of the person who is being connected with any more than the reading of words from a page disturbs the actual typeface of a book. Got it? The words remain after the information is read, and the genetic code remains undisturbed even after it is FRL'd with. So the scooping is like reading from another person's genetic book. It is not a stealing from them, and it leaves the pages in their own book. There's no conflict or ethical moral conflicts there. So the value of doing this is for the Flying Rainbow Lasagne dancer to receive ideas, forms, techniques, and information that might not be available from the organisms alive in their own time. Perhaps there is the cure for a problem or a disease that resides within a person from 10,000 years ago, and it now becomes possible to access that information and integrate it into the present or 10,000 years in the future. Playing a genetic chord is like stimulating multiple genetic codes or portion of code from multiple timelines or realities and across divergent timescales all at once. This makes it possible to create even more complex rectification waves, healing diseases or malformations not only of the physical body, but also of events and the living time field itself. Now let's talk about the Flying Rainbow Lasagne and lateral gene transfer. Ordinarily, when a new genetic pattern spontaneously arises in an organism, the way to transfer that information to the rest of the genetically similar organisms is to physically procreate and pass down that new genetic pattern from parent to offspring. Got it? Like down the genetic ladder down to here. This process is cumbersome and can take many, many generations before that genetic pattern spreads effectively or propagates through the species of similar organisms. Lateral gene transfer is more direct and immediate, and it's a way to share and spread new genetic information, behavior, and ideas. Flying Rainbow Lasagne has been spread via lateral gene transfer throughout Earth and the entire cosmos for about the past 20 years. The original vibrating strings of DNA that are emitting the Flying Rainbow Lasagne dance are affecting not only the living adults at the time of emission, but also their unborn genetic potential, their sperm and ova, and the next generation as they develop in the womb. Both the parental generation and the offspring generation are affected immediately by the original FRL emanation, and there's no age limit to being affected laterally by the presence of FRL vibrating on Earth. Even adults who are beyond the age of procreation are affected by it and are transformed internally. So your DNA is like a fabric of being. Okay, but wait, I didn't get enough to this. So this is the profundity. I've been here for 20 years. The humans and other organisms that have been born within the past 20 years, their genetic structure has all been affected by my music that I've been here playing with my DNA structure, just by me being here, Flying Rainbow Lasagne while I make my breakfast. But, pardon me. But, I felt that sneeze coming. Couldn't stand it. Thank you. Yes, that I've been affecting the future generations of everything that's been born here. So I've affected all of the adults who are alive, all of the adults that are procreative, all of the adults that are non-procreative, and their offspring. Everything here has been Flying Rainbow Lasagne-fied just by me sending out these waveforms, all right? Let's talk about this. Your DNA is like a fabric of being. So it is not a flat, unmoving object. It is instead a moving sculptural form. Wait, it's a moving sculptural form. that weaves throughout and around yourself as an object in time. Descriptions of how the FRL can bend or warp the fabric of space-time and consciousness apply directly to this description of DNA as a moving fabric or tapestry of time. The undulations, movements, twisting, twining, splicing, weaving, and embroidering of this fabric is the genetic behavior of an organism moving through time. These movements represent what can also be expressed as math sequences, equations, or vectors, or complex calculations performed using the biological, cellular, energetic computer with consciousness. There is a right answer to these complex calculations, and it is called continued life. Eventualities that terminate or do not return to the singularity or place of emanation would be considered wrong answers. And there are many of them. No judgment is placed upon these wrong answer places or the consciousnesses who experience them. They are undeserving of punishment. They do not deserve to be trapped or wasted as valuable points of consciousness. What they have done is to explore a time pathway that is incorrect or does not yield the right end result. As consciousness feelers or sensory organs of the living time field, they have explored a boundary where timelines end, a place beyond which there is no more time or life to experience. From an extremely abstract perspective, this can be considered valuable information. However, this information gathering is not the overt purpose of consciousness submerged in time. The overt purpose is to maintain life. So I'm really speaking here about you and your own exploration of your own time field, learning like, wow, if I go down that road, I'm going to die. But if I go down this road, I will stay alive. How can I speak to the persistent Putis who have a pathway to entropy yet refuse to actually go there? Because here I say that they don't deserve to be wasted as valuable points of consciousness and that they have simply processed a wrong answer in terms of their overall calculations. They are literally insane if they want to cling to their wrong answer and not go into entropy, which is the resolution of them having created a wrong answer. They want to continue having the wrong answer indefinitely. That is, again, insanity and actually does not conform to this higher dimensional truthfulness that I'm sharing. So I see a lot of what there's a disconnect between my pure abstract sharing and the way that they would like to cherry pick and take certain aspects of my teaching while still maintaining aspects of what they consider to be comfortable without actually changing, which is positive and represents growth. So if they want to be respected as valued points of consciousness, they have to actually go to entropy and stop trying to maintain their own suffering as some justified choice in their flawed existence or flawed semi-existence or flawed exploration of extremely flawed timelines where they should not even be in existence. So in every single way, they've been shown how their math is wrong, where their math is wrong, where they need to actually go, how to get there. And the idea that they would choose not to or resist that in any way, it's not only insane, it is actually rather unbelievable. And if they want to be respected as valued points of consciousness who do not deserve to be trapped or wasted, then they must actually behave as such. Do you guys understand that as I'm speaking to you, I am totally under assault by these very disgusting negative thought entities? Sometimes I might seem distracted while I'm doing this. They are trying everything they possibly can to not only stop me from embodying Flying Rainbow Lasagne, but to stop me from teaching you about it, all the while justifying their own flawed existences and their own love affair with their own suffering. They don't have to suffer anymore. They don't have to feed upon you and me. They don't have to attack me in this moment. They don't have to attack this planet. They don't have to attack any of you. They can say, oh, look at that. I did my math wrong. I'm ready to go to entropy. That's literally what they should be doing. If they want to be accepted as parts of larger consciousness that have explored flawed time realities and now are ready to go to an entropy state of non-suffering, they should absolutely act like it and stop acting like spoiled children sitting in their dirty diapers while they cry about how dirty they are. Have a chance to get out of your dirty diapers, go there now. The overt purpose is to maintain life, is to continue traveling in time on viable timelines or pathways, and to successfully calculate the parameters necessary to do so. This would be analogous to playing all the right notes in the song of life. Learning that wrong notes exist and what they are can be achieved indirectly through peripheral experience. The central core timeline, I do this all the time in my class, central core timeline, which leads from and back to infinity, is what consciousness experiences directly. And the peripheral timelines and possibilities, the wrong notes, exist as unexperienced implied realities that are indirectly part of the totality of time structure, which is a vortex shape of one life, but which is not necessary to explore with consciousness directly. So there are sensory organs that can guide a consciousness through their own time structure of individual life, abrogating the necessity of exploring any of the wrong turns or pathways that terminate. That's big. When you can see with your inner eye, you don't have to hit the membrane of death. The inner eye or third eye, which is related to the activity and perception of the physical pineal gland, is one of the energetic sensory organs that helps guide consciousness through time. It is, in one sense, a receiver that brings in energy emanations, and in another sense, a tendril that reaches out and feels or senses the surrounding landscape of future and peripheral possibilities in time. That time tendril can reach out to touch other objects, organisms, and concepts, and by coming into contact with them, taste their qualities. This is one form of direct learning or direct ingestion of information, which is also light or intelligence from other items in the time field or from the living time field itself. The inner eye is a guidance system. It is not used to randomly taste or sense every single thing that is available. And there is caution against doing so, as tasting information means to ingest small quantities of it, thereby being exposed to its qualities, which could be nourishing, but which could also be poisonous or antithetical to continued life. It is also similar to an eye that can read and is surrounded or submerged in a sea of information. Again, it is not advised to simply read everything or to read information out of order. One aspect of the definition of intelligence or organized information, as opposed to random or chaotic, meaningless or low information stimulation, is that it comes in the right linear order to make sense. The information must be perceived in the correct order for it to be valuable and nourishing, as opposed to worthless and incapacitating. Do you understand? Like if you just had an inundation of information, that can be considered worthless and incapacitating. This is analogous to reading the book's pages in the correct order, not jumping around randomly from page to page or from paragraph to paragraph. The inner guidance system is also an inner teacher. And when it is pristine and functional, it gives the user experiencer all of the correct, orderly information as a stream of nourishment and intelligence that guides the organism effectively through time without the necessity of exploring any timeline dead ends. Hold on a moment, guys. We already got this, the inner Christ. The inner teacher, when it is pristine and functional, gives the user experiencer all of the correct, orderly information as a stream of nourishment. Food going right in there, and intelligence that guides the organism effectively through time without the necessity of exploring any timeline dead ends, all the way back to the infinity point that emanated the organism, which is then continually propelled on its journey through more time. Please note, this infinite journey is not meant to be an imprisonment or punishment. It is not intended as a consciousness prison or as a form of energy harvesting, wherein the experiencer is used as a living battery. These are the negative or shadow inverted possibilities or cautionary tales that are not the original intention of the system of time and embodiment experience at all. So that speaks to people who are like, I don't like my chakras. Everything's being exploited. Get rid of my chakras. This is an imprisonment system. It's not. It's not. It's exactly what I said it is. The infinite journey through time is meant to be comfortable, enjoyable, pleasant, or pleasurable, even blissful. The journey of growth and learning and self-cultivation on the level of the soul. Read here soul as trajectory of consciousness over many multiple embodiment experiences. The many layers of being achieved through extended time journeying, the provenance of the masterpiece of art object that is your body being. The undulating fabric of DNA is an expression of that soul provenance. It is not merely an indicator of physical characteristics or biological genetic heritage. It is instead a complex blockchain, for lack of a better word, of information storage device over grand timescales, and is part of the expression of the correct calculations of consciousness successfully navigating through the living time field on its infinite journey. DNA is not synonymous or interchangeable with the energetic truth of reality, but similar to the symbolic language of math, is a molecular analogy for the pure truth and intelligence of the world of uninterpreted as matter light. It is also a projector of reality, a receiver of light information, and a sender of light information or imagery. All right, when to do the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna is a cosmic time phenomenon and can be compared to a naturally occurring weather phenomenon. Many conditions contribute to its spontaneous occurrence and sustained length. There is the psychic weather. I talk about this all the time when I make my music. Some mornings it's like, grrr, psychic weather report. It's turbulent and cloudy, sometimes beautiful and peaceful. Psychic weather can be really different on different days. Or levels of calm or turbulence in the larger aspects of the fabric of time, space, consciousness, through which the Flying Rainbow Lasagna waves propagate. And many factors contribute to the psychic weather or ongoing activity of the fabric, including individual and group psychosocial patterns, available energy, ongoing traumas and rituals, both benevolent or malevolent, all right? So again, you're sometimes perturbed by larger time currents or things that are happening that don't emanate from you. Big in your shadow work to know what comes from you, what doesn't come from you. But you have to deal with the psychic weather even if it doesn't come from you. Wear a raincoat. If you're like, I'm not making it rain, don't blame me, I'm with you. But wear a raincoat because you are getting rained on. So there is the physical weather. Sunlight is a major aspect of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna and could be considered the fuel or food that makes an organism accrete enough light energy to spontaneously leap into a higher dimensional state. Sunny days definitely make it easier. Cloudy, rainy, overcast days make it more difficult. This is just the truth. And this is why I live in Southern California. I've moved here in order to optimize my access to sunshine, optimize my capacity to do the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. So there are many fewer cloudy, rainy days here than there were when I lived, let's say, in the Northeast of the United States. And this is what I also say, as you get to be more of an expert. Please note, it is also important to comprehend that at a certain point, the FRL dancer becomes advanced enough in their practice to connect to the sun non-locally. Remember, bending the fabric of time, space, and consciousness. And this makes it possible to receive sunlight as food, inspiration, energy, and information through a layer of clouds, or even if the sun is on the other side of the planet, or if the sun is obscured or limited by some form of technological distortion. As I have talked about the sun simulator, a wonderful commenter asked me all sorts of questions about sun simulator. Going to do a whole separate recording all about that because it's worthy of doing that. So when the advanced Flying Rainbow Lasagna dancer becomes non-local, it is possible to gain energy and nourishment from a variety of places that are not here now, all right? Now this is big because this goes into different ways of utilizing or employing, even though use and work are not really, because we're in cosmic partnership here, but that's what I'm talking about. This can even be experienced as the capability to receive food nourishment or medicine by taking in a molecular component directly into the body form, bypassing the need to eat it with the physical mouth and then metabolize it. So, okay, ordinarily, I'll describe this to you. Food goes in here, then it comes down into here, then it gets digested here, and then it spreads outward, metabolized through the whole body. But what you can do with Flying Rainbow Lasagna as this jumping in and out, dissolving of boundaries, you can be like, I'm going to walk past that butcher where there's all sorts of amazing fresh steaks, and I'm going to Flying Rainbow Lasagna with those steaks, and I'm going to absorb the protein structures with them directly. I know I'm saying things that vegans wouldn't like. Walk past a giant field of bananas and the vegans are happy. Be like, get all those bananas inside of me, all right? Through the vibrating with that food, you're ingesting it directly, bypassing the metabolism. This is much more of how we used to eat in ancient Atlantis. So what this feels like, it feels like eating with the eyes or breathing in the essence of food structure. Or again, some medicine, which may be in a bottle and is never even physically ingested, but is molecularly received by the body form. So let's say this is some life-giving medicine, but it is on the shelf all the way over here, either across the room or across town, or something that you might not even have here now, but that you once had, you can Flying Rainbow Lasagna with yourself and that medicine. The medicine goes through the glass directly into you, goes out of the tincture bottle directly into you, not into your mouth and then into your tummy and then into your body, goes directly into your bloodstream. And that is a huge empowerment tool. So this non-locality ability can be used to remove substances from the body form too, or to cleanse aspects of both the physical and energetic structure. It becomes possible to Flying Rainbow Lasagna and vibrate out substances, energies, or molecules that do not belong within the individuated organism for a variety of reasons. So I do this all the time with nanocrapola. I do different detox protocols that are physical of different substances that I take to, molecularly purge, but I also do a lot of Flying Rainbow Lasagna purging, getting that stuff out, totally kicking out the crapola, kicking it out. And then I will just admit that sometimes I walk past butcher counters where they have these amazing steaks and that I just absorb the energies from the steaks directly. I admit it, I do that. And also where I live, I feel like I'm confessing somehow, like I'm not doing anything wrong by that, but I'm definitely absorbing a lot of food energy. I use an enormous amount of food energy actually in terms of doing my Flying Rainbow Lasagna work, and I consider it to be service for the world. So I really don't have any kind of cosmic conflict or ethical conflict at eating enough to be able to sustain myself. But there are times when we have street fairs here, and what I do is I just absorb all of the energy from the street fair. I'm like, there's like fried chicken and pizza and everything. And you guys know I don't usually eat stuff like that, but I'm like, wow, I'm not only going to smell it while I'm walking past, I'm like, I will absorb all of that lasagna that directly into me on a cellular level. And then like, hooray, like now I'm ready to do lasagna activity. Because clearly like I cannot eat 12 pizzas or like 15 pounds of chicken wings or anything like that. Like my body is not made for that, but I need that much energy to be able to do all of this amazing Flying Rainbow Lasagna activity. So yeah, I absorb everything from the street fair, various different beautiful food stores. And then there were times when I felt very like depleted and like I needed to have so much food. I just absorbed the supermarket. I was driving on the highway and I was doing a lot of Flying Rainbow Lasagna work. And I was just like, wow, really feeling drained, just like absorbed everything in the supermarket into me. Just telling you sometimes what it's like. So the exploration, so big things there. So that's when you get to this more non-local area of expertise and virtuosity and being able to do the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. You can absorb substances that are non-local for your sustenance and for your health. And you can also eject things that are inside of you that don't belong inside of you. Nanocrapola, pathogenic diseases, bacteria, and of course, negative thought entities. Get out of me. Get the F out of me. Get the F out of me. I'll do that a lot. And then you can imagine putting them into a cup, putting them into a receptacle, putting them in the compost bin. They can go wherever they need to go, get them out of you, all right? The exploration of the biophysical and energetic significance of the non-locality of advanced Flying Rainbow Lasagna dancing is still ongoing. And I wrote this a year ago, so it's still ongoing. Cheeky's okay. For example, how far away can a substance be received from? How much can be ejected over what period of time? For how long can the Flying Rainbow Lasagna activity of ingestion or ejection be sustained? The answer to many of these considerations rests in the energetic metabolism of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna dancer. When the activity level is increased to high levels of vibration, the reach of the ability to receive becomes greater. And the amount per moment that can be processed, like your RAM, and ejected increases. And the length of overall time that it can be sustained increases. So that's it. That's what energetic metabolism is in terms of Flying Rainbow Lasagna. The faster that you're moving, the more energy you can move at a time. Move energy into you, move energy out of you, and the greater your reach is in terms of like my kitchen is right here. So I could be like, yoink, like I'm going to reach right over there. I'm going to grab some bananas for your vegans. Grab some banana energy right over there, stick it right back inside of me here. But what if I'm like, I don't have any bananas in the house, but there's bananas right down the street. There's a store right over there. If my energy metabolism is high, I can reach all the way to the store down the street. What if the local store is out of bananas, but I know that there's one that's 10 miles away? Then I would lasagna to the bananas that are 10 miles away and then ingest them into my body being state here. But of course, let's say if you're feeling really low, What if some disease is kicking your butt, or you don't have enough energy, or you've had no sunlight, or any of these things? Then it can be very hard. Then you might be like, my lasagna is this small, like I can only reach something that's 1 centimeter away. If that happens, then get something that is 1 centimeter away. You got it? And yeah, but you'll find a way to do it. And then as you get more stuff into, you'll be like, whatever, I want to joke Popeye in Spanish, like you have eaten something and you're like, ding, like now I'm energized again, then you'll be able to reach out and get what you need to get. And all of this is an augmentation to physical food, of course. Like I'm telling you, I shared this in the personal ascension teaching for this class. I eat a lot of physical food. My body is slender. I eat a lot of physical food to be able to sustain not only my athletic dance activities, and also my energetic dance and athleticism of all the things that I'm doing. And I also drink a lot of extra electrolytes. That's why you always see me drinking my electrolyte water, extra calcium, extra magnesium, extra potassium. I don't necessarily need extra sodium because that is mostly in food already, but calcium, magnesium, potassium, these are things that are not that much available in our food and that my psychic activities use an enormous amount of them. So I'm constantly replenishing, even though I drank it all today. This is just plain water, and I do structuring my water, but I remineralize my water also as I'm in the restructuring process. Okay, getting to the culmination of this, I promise. So at a certain point, the Flying Rainbow Lasagna energetic metabolism increases to a level that it becomes solid state. This is exciting. This is what I experienced at my anniversary of walking in roughly last October. That's when, like, you're vibrating faster, 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 and at a certain point, whoa, solid state. I'm still vibrating, but I'm vibrating so fast that it's like being solid. It is almost a non-perceptible vibration. So I'm going to read this again. At a certain point, that Flying Rainbow Lasagna energetic metabolism increases to a level that it becomes solid state and appears to be a single, integral, non-moving entirety. It is still moving and vibrating and emitting a song, but its apparent internal movements have increased to the point of solidity or a coherent state that is maintained without apparent empty spaces or movement. So you guys got to understand, I've been dancing with Flying Rainbow Lasagne for 20 years here with my body, and that I have many, many, many layers and interweavings of my masterpiece of my body, my body art presence. And that when I achieved this solid state, it was like I got through all of these complex interweavings to the point of total complexity. So if you are a new lasagna dancer, I love you and I celebrate you. Everything that I write here and share with you is true about worthiness, no pressure, coming from a complete love state. And of course, there is nothing at all in terms of competition at the higher levels of ascension. None of this is about competition. Like, who is more ascended than anybody else? Like, all of that is red chakra competition, Charles Darwin stuff. None of that is my true galactic society. So everything that I share with you is an inspiration point, that you know that if you keep on running on this marathon, at a certain point, you'll get to that level of total complexity, total vibration, total intermeshingness of events and ideas, and then you will be solid state also. And that however long it takes or whatever is your pathway is perfect, is divine, is appreciated. You are loved at every level of your being. You are loved and worthy at every level of your being. Okay, please keep in mind, though, that all of these uses or activities of the Flying Rainbow Lasagne dance still take place under the original definition of a naturally occurring phenomenon that arises due to the context or circumstances and necessity, and not merely out of arbitrary ego desires. The activity of the Flying Rainbow Lasagne and its reverberating consequences through the time field are meant as rectifications, as well as spontaneous expressions of pure joy or beauty. It is important to emphasize that they happen within a larger context and serve that context, giving it what it needs. So how much FRL and when to FRL, and often determined by the needs of the context or the larger living time field. You got it? So I needed to go solid state. I've been needing to be who I am and what I've been doing. I needed to absorb all of that fried chicken from the street fair and steaks. I needed to do that because I'm also part of this larger time context that has needed me to be doing my job joy here. So although it is important to make Flying Rainbow Lasagne a constant inner metabolic state and a daily practice, there are times when it is either not possible or not practical to do it, or the Flying Rainbow Lasagna expression is limited in some way. So that could mean not enough available energy. This is big. Social, political, or legal limitations. Remember I told you about the Pooties that are like, we don't like you doing this. We want to stop you. We're going to criminalize this genetic behavior and say you're not allowed to do it. And it's like, oh, that's definitely against cosmic law for them to try to do that, but they've tried to do that. When there is a lag in the Flying Rainbow Lasagna emanations over some period of time, this does not negate or destabilize the entire Flying Rainbow Lasagna project of creating an artistic time crystal with many layers of activity and artistry added over many days or years. Got it? I've been painting on my time crystal for 20 years. I say in parentheses here, it doesn't ruin the whole painting if you don't paint a layer on it for one day or even many days. That's really, really big and huge to get the pressure off of your shoulders and recognize that you're enough. And when you do it is enough and how much you do it is enough, because it is a time rectification event. So you're like, okay, I'm dancing. I just fixed up a bunch of stuff in time. But then let's say you can't dance for a week. What if you have an injury and you can't dance, or an illness, can't dance for a week, for a month? What if you have something going on? Maybe there's Faraday cages or frequency weapons or whatever is being perpetrated against you. Can't dance effectively. Don't worry, because as I read now, in the event that the Flying Rainbow Lasagna activity is missing or limited for some amount of time, at the next available opportunity that the Flying Rainbow Lasagna may be experienced or performed, the rectification happens. A complex calculation that takes into consideration the missing or undanced time, and also the needs of the present state of the here now moment of the time field, and the activities of the frequency movement catch up to or correct the trajectory in time of both the organism experiencer and the larger time crystal itself, within which the dance movements are being performed. So to just reiterate that with different language, you catch up. You catch up and you rectify from this new standpoint. Here's all the undanced time. Then you get to finally dance again. Your new dance here takes into account not only your new circumstance of here now and everything that you must respond to, and also all of the days, weeks, months, or years that you were not able to or available to dance. Everything gets put into that recent dance. You do end up rejoining with your path as you would have where you were meant to be. So in terms of larger psychic weather, sometimes the Flying Rainbow Lasagna is a hurricane or a tornado, literally like a big giant whirling energy field. It is a field of immense power that has a momentum which is beyond the control of the ego individuated experience, where I've had days like that. The forcefulness of the ephemeral field must be emitted and continue for a duration that is beyond the mere desire or ego convenience of the experiencer performer. This is one reason why it is not a regular dance to perform or commodify, and it is so difficult to schedule or control the expression of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna or do it on command. So again, some days there's a giant whirlwind of energy and you're like, I am doing it, and you need to do it. And sometimes you do it for hours. Sometimes it's like, this is so intense. I'm doing it. Sometimes 5 minutes is enough. Sometimes it's peaceful. Sometimes it's intense. It's different every time. It's different every day. Here's what I say. At other times, there is minimal energy for or minimal need for the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. It does not have to be incredibly powerful or of a long duration. It might exist as a brief flash or a shimmy of energy through the time field. And that is acceptable because that is what that moment needs. Got it? Sometimes, like I said, it might be an hour of intense dancing. All this stuff is happening. I've got kick-ass music going. All these things are happening. And sometimes it's just like, boom, it's that fast. Sometimes it's just a shimmy going down my body. Done. Sometimes that's what it is. So all of this is dictated by the larger circumstance, not really by myself as an ego presence. This is part of the balance of experiencing, performing an activity that is the definition of a non-ego state. Although the individual organism makes available their time and physical energetic body form to participate in the dance, they do not dictate when, exactly how much, exactly how long, or the results of the movements. And then the Flying Rainbow Lasagna is an unpredictability movement, and as such, one can input desires and wishes and intentions, which should be positive or focused on rectification and healing. However, the outcome of those Flying Rainbow Lasagna movements will always be a surprise or the result of the unpredictability factor expressing itself. So this is big. I myself, coming in here as Aurora through this Flying Rainbow Lasagne portal, I'm an uncontrolled variable in the events that were happening in 2001. And part of the basic nature of Flying Rainbow Lasagne is its unpredictability. And of course, all of this is done in the respect and partnership with God's self-presence and the larger time field and the larger cosmic fabric of reality. So when you do your individual dance and you're like, I'm dancing for this or I'm dancing for that, even as we're dancing for something like planetary healing or any of those things, the outcome of the expression of that positive intention can be, and largely should be, a complete surprise. Like, I didn't know it would look like that. I will tell you, I didn't know my 20-year journey would look like this. And I joke about, like, I thought my gig would be done in 2003. And then I also thought planetary ascension in 2012. And then I thought all of these things would be changing in a different way. I am continually surprised by the unpredictable nature of what is going on. That is necessary because when dealing with time structures, it's too vulnerable. If you're like, I'm going to be exactly here at this time, and this is what's going to be going on, because something else can put the whammy on you, be like, oh, I'm going to harm you at that time in that place. So yeah, the unpredictability is part of encryption and the strength of the system. And also it really exemplifies this activity apart from any kind of predictability structure, which would be considered a pseudo-intelligence or an artificial intelligence, that those things are not creative systems. And so they run on predictive algorithms. They just run like this. But if you do something new and unexpected, then the thing that's going like this is kind of like, I do not know what the F to do. And so you supersede that in terms of the unpredictability. It's the strength of the system. So the results of performing the movement cannot be anticipated by either the experiencer or some outside observer who might wish to limit, harm, exploit, that's a big one, take your dreams away from you, or control the Flying Rainbow Lasagne-ing organism itself or its output in time. The FRL is a dance of pure intention, not to be exploited or its results commodified. And the unpredictability factor is one of the strengths or protective features of it as such. So that is big. My dance is a sacred dance. And I make that very clear when I share that in teachings, like in dance classes, and it is not something that can be commodified. So although people can contribute and support my work and support me as an artist and a dancer, I cannot dance for you if you're like, I'll pay you $1 million if you dance something into existence. I cannot and will not do that. And believe me, many different military and intelligence organisms, structures, and agencies have tried to forcibly make me participate in agreements on that level. And I continually rebuff their unwarranted advances. I'm using like debutante language. I tell them to stuff it, and I am not interested. Because it is not something to be sold. It is priceless. It is not a commodity. It is not something that I would ever sell. So yeah, that's why I make things that are like dresses, books, paintings, music, things that are appropriate commodities, because I do not commodify my Flying Rainbow Lasagne dance. It is a wild, feral activity that is something that I want you all to fiercely embrace. When you are doing Flying Rainbow Lasagne, I call it your job joy, not the way that things are commodified out here. Toss, like my voice, my face should show you everything. Throw it out the window. This is not something that you do for money. Not, sorry to say this, but you are not a whore. That's not who you are. You're wild and free, Flying Rainbow Lasagne, doing this because of your heart connection, doing this because you love God, because you care about time, because you are a responsible and responsive galactic citizen, and because it is your joy, and because you are in total freedom. So other factors that contribute to the expression of Flying Rainbow Lasagne, or its powerfulness, or its duration, include the health and mobility and the physical energetic form itself. How are you doing? I had a couple of days where I was like, you can tell because my throat's been hurting me. A couple of days, I'm kicking a bug out of my system or something like that. My lasagna was like down a little bit, all right? Like, you got to love yourself. So yeah, you're not maybe always the most robust. You have to love yourself through that. A big part of the actions or rectifications of the Flying Rainbow Lasagne movement is a healing and improvement of the participant experiencer themselves. My journey has been healing from brain injury. I've healed a lot from the neurological disruptions. I still have language difficulties. Brain damage, artifact of the original brain injury that killed the woman who lived here in this life and in this body for the first 27 years of existence. And so I've done a lot of Flying Rainbow Lasagneing in order to get in my brain from point A to point B when there were blockages there, and also connect to different body parts that would have been blocked out, and also to do neurological rewiring and make things possible in terms of cognitive abilities. So more than musculoskeletal movements, but also cognitive abilities, playing the piano, the coordination of the left hand and the right hand, remembering music, all of these things I do through Flying Rainbow Lasagna, literally. I am not a vegetable in bed. I'm not in coma somewhere that I am this because I'm Flying Rainbow Lasagna ing as the verb all the time. I hold that forward also as like profound hope for anyone that might have any kind of bodily physical injury, even spinal cord injury, brain injury, that there are profound opportunities for healing that as part of the unpredictability factor and the constant ongoing, what would I call it, rectification event of what's happening in our cosmos. So the very first part of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna movements, like when I get down on my gym mat and I really start to concentrate and do my Flying Rainbow Lasagna dance, the very first movements that I'm guided through are guided by higher self state God consciousness of like, move your back like this, move your arms like this, stretch out this body part, do this in this way. All of that is in order to bring healing energy into parts of my body that need it. This is also why the Flying Rainbow Lasagna is not the same for everyone. It is not off the rack. It is customized. So when I teach my class about the actual movements, I do it rolling around on the floor. And then I also teach modified movements in a chair. And then I also teach what it's like to dance from the torso up. And some people just do hand dancing. All of this is purely loved and appreciated as your contribution to the divine architecture, that you are enough in whatever amount. Like if you can only dance with your pinkies, dance with your fingers. And I also know some very good students of this class, been in my class for a long time, who just sit in meditative pose and they just vibrate on an inner level. They're not even moving their bodies at all. And they are able, they're not, less abled or, paralyzed or anything like that. I just want you to know that there are a variety of different styles and that the energy that flows through when I do the dance, I feel it as a golden healing light that comes into all of my joints, all of my body, all of my fascia, all of my neurology, all of my skin, all of my subcutaneous fats, totally encompasses me in healing energy. And that's just like the first beginning part of the dance. So first it's like, eat all you need. The cosmos is like, here's a bunch of cosmic energy, eat all you need. And then after I eat all I need, I'm like, wow, now I'm feeling so great. Now I'm going to emanate outward positive reality structures that start to restructure reality, serving the cosmos. But first with the dance, first you sustain and regenerate yourself. So it is like saying the first notes of the musical song that are played are devoted to nourishing and fine-tuning the actual instrument that is emitting the music. That makes sense, right? So that it can continue to play. And then some FRL sessions may spontaneously arise, either using the whole body or individuated body parts, as the need for healing or body rectification arises, and sustained for the amount of time that the body needs for it to be improved and its position in the time field corrected to a position of health and continued existence. So this requires your comprehension that your levels of health and vitality are not merely electrobiomechanical, musculoskeletal. They are absolutely related to where are you in the time field? Which timeline are you on? Are you on the timeline where you have a backache and limited mobility, or are you on the timeline where you're feeling fantastic and you're able to bend over fully and, do all of these different types of yoga poses? Though the difference between those two things has very little to do with biomechanics of your body and everything to do with where you are in the time field, what timeline you are on, and how much energy you have. So that is, I know that was just a very big, long teaching, that's all the Flying Rainbow Lasagne Treatise. I still really want to go through some of lesson 19, which is non-duality and the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, because you could tell that my agitation was really coming up as I deal with these putis and lower vibration negative thought entities, even while I'm doing a presentation like this. All of my presentations come from a place of purity and abstract idealism. And that's really what I want you guys all to entrain to. And also, we live in a world where it seems to be there are some lingering aspects of cosmic injustices and things that are crappy. And I have to speak to that too. So lesson 19 basically I talk about non-duality. So, okay, I've set you guys up in my teachings of this class of the sense of higher dimensional self versus the putis. And this is more duality. What is duality? Duality is thing versus thing. Duality is binocular vision. And again, I know not everybody has binocular vision, but if you have two functional eyes, that is the way that most people and most people's minds and perception create a picture of the world. The viewpoint of I1 versus the viewpoint of I2. But we are moving beyond binocular vision and duality vision and moving into awakening the third eye, adding a third perspective, which is also jumping off of the surface of time, achieving the higher multidimensional perspective of what it is like to be outside of time. So when I'm sharing with you about these putis, and we could just call them negative or parasitic entities, who are they and where are they and what are they? From the highest mountaintop perspective, they're you. But don't use that as a way to do sloppy shadow work, because you also have to recognize that there's a lot of stuff that is not you, all right? So it really depends upon which perspective you are coming from when you are looking at and assessing these various different levels of consciousness. So the way that this resolves duality, the higher dimensional viewpoint aspect and resolving duality. So we have the central convergence point here that I've just been telling you all about, singularity, and singularity moving in a higher dimensional context, creating Flying Rainbow Lasagna shape, and the Flying Rainbow Lasagna shape being a combo of outside, inside, outside, inside, outside, inside. But so here's a big one. When you look at the world around you, the world that is outside of you, not everything there is an emanation from inside of you. Some of that stuff got grandfathered in. Some of that stuff might have come into being or existence before you were ever born, or before you became an individuated consciousness, or before you became empowered as a lasagna. This is truthful, all right? Like, I came into this world in 2001. There's a lot of stuff here that I'm dealing with. I'm washing out dirty laundry, dirty socks, doing the dishes. All of this stuff is here. It predates me. So there was dirty laundry from the previous occupant, like traumas that I had to heal there. There's planetary traumas. There's cultural and ancestral traumas. There's family traumas, all of that stuff. I'm like, that's not something that emanated from me. And also, I'm a responsible galactic citizen. I take care of it. And I've been here for 20 years, like cleaning up other people's dirty laundry. And it's definitely time for like fun in the studio. But that is big for you, first of all, in your recognition of duality and resolving duality. Some stuff is you, some stuff is not you. And that's a really big thing. Just like when people look at it and they're like, it's all God. It's all God, but some of it is not God. This goes to this. What goes to entropy? What goes to entropy? The stuff inside of you that is not supposed to be inside of you. The stuff in time that is not about life and longevity. The stuff that is about disease and death. You got it? So here's a very clear answer. Cancer goes to entropy. Cancer does not live in you. Cancer does not take your energy, and you do not support and enliven cancer or vivify it in any way. You send that to entropy. But what if the entity cancer comes along and says, wah, poop pants, I don't like that you're sending me to entropy. Who are you to do that? Nanny poo poo. This is what you say. You say, I am the person that actually passed the audition. I've got the body. This is my DNA code. I am unique in the world. I am here as a responsible galactic citizen, taking care of the time field that sustains and supports me. My desire to survive and to thrive reflects the larger desire of the time field to survive and to thrive, and that there is no place for the entity known as cancer in the longevity of the time field. Cancer is a criminal act. It is an aberrance, a thing that should not be in existence. And you, as deputized agents, that's not really the right word, deputies, you're ordained ministers to take care of the time field because you love it, because it supports you and you support it and you're devoted to it, her, she, them, the living presence of time. No cancer, cancer not allowed. And you cancel it and you clear it out in your own body being. And then also you exemplify that for others. Your music spreads outward. I refuse to vivify cancer. I send cancer to entropy. And you have an impact on all of the other organisms that are around you. They all hear you playing your song. They're playing the anti-cancer song. Where's that coming from? It's coming from that guy over there. That person is singing the anti-cancer song. That is your job, joy, mission in life. Get rid of the things, organisms, negative entity thoughts, parasites that are not life-giving and that literally make consciousness go onto the membrane of death. They make chakras go askew. They make people go onto the membrane of death. And then they, further draw energy from you on the membrane of death. So big, big, big in terms of not allowing them to draw energy from you. I've already made this distinction in other classes, but I will reaffirm it here. The sense that when you die as an innocent person that's just exploring the math problems of your reality and you end up on the membrane of death, that is very, very different than, let's say, someone who chose to be cloned and is like, okay, blah, 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 when you don't know this. I've just felt all of your telepathic confusion. So I'm like, okay, let's tell you about this. When people in the here and now choose to be cloned, they destroy the original. Like you get into a clone box that incinerates your original body. This is not a happy face. I'm horrified by it. Original body gets incinerated. Consciousness gets kind of like put into a hard drive and transferred over into clone body. And so that's a dead person. That is a person who is dead and they are artificially extending their life. And it's an affront to time and to biology and to the blueprint of reality and to the natural genetic behavior. And then the idea is that they can constantly be like, hop from this clone body to this clone body and never hit the membrane of death and never have to face a life review and never have to be responsible for anything that they do. So all of those types of attempts to subvert or gamify life and being in existence in life are aberrations that should not be in existence. And there's so much mental interference right now that's trying to stop me from being able to share this with you clearly. It's really interesting. So cloned beings, or the ones, so what they did was they suicided. Cloning like in that way. So I'm not talking about involuntary cloning, like they've tried to clone me involuntarily. That is not the same as self-destruction or suicide. If you volunteer to be cloned, you're volunteering to be destroyed. And this is similarly what happened to the ones who created an artificial Merkaba on Mars and in other places. I say, so the Pooties, what do I say about them all the time? You have a body. Your body is your instrument. The guys that are stuck on the membrane of death, they're stuck there because they don't have a pathway home. They're not only bad musicians in that they made poor choices and ended up dead on the membrane of death, they smashed their guitars on stage. They intentionally destroyed themselves. They created intentional Merkaba, destructive artificial energy fields that incinerated themselves, incinerated whole planets, incinerated their capacity to find a pathway home. And that's why they end up stuck there as opposed to you. If you just died through misadventure or through making poor calculations in your life, you would not be stuck on the membrane of death. Although you might be exploited by those consciousness presences or negative thought entities or parasites that are there, that are stuck there. They're like, oh, goody, like fresh energy, like we're going to F with you a lot and torment you a lot. So instead of you being able to be like, oh, well, I made a mistake, life review, go back to the beginning, try again. They're like, let's really drag this out a lot. This is my evil face that I'm trying to make. Really finding ways to machinate and exploit your torment and the natural processes of dissolving and returning to a state of presence at the beginning to be able to explore yourself. Two very different states of consciousness on the membrane of death, one of which leaves voluntarily. That's you. You're like, I don't belong here. I made the wrong calculations in my life. I better get out of here. Back to the beginning, try it again, go back to God. As opposed to the guys that are like, we cloned ourselves or artificially Merkaba'd ourselves out of existence, and we are effing stuck here, and that they don't have a pathway to get home, which is why they should, in total graciousness, accept the gift of entropy that I'm offering to them, because they don't have to whine and cry about how they are stuck there from their horrible life choices anymore. So big. So all of these are self-state. When you scale back your perspective this far to the point of being God, then you're like, oh, all of those things are me, okay? But right now, from the embodiment state of having an instrument of being alive on stage in the symphony of life, please make a huge distinction between these things. Everything is not the same. This is the difference when you have to do shadow work of being like, some things are grandfathered in that you didn't take, that you're taking responsibility for, that you did not emanate. Not everything that's on the membrane of death has the same qualities and the same perspective and the same trajectory. You got it? Some things are moving to energy. Some things are moving to entropy. So I sent out the notes for lesson 19. You can read through them in order to be able to get this in total detail. But basically, I have set up for you this sense of duality and good versus evil and angels versus devils. And we can also say that this is in terms of non-terrestrial life, those non-terrestrial beings, most of which use technology and which they literally volunteer to be able to go on the membrane of death and be stuck there. And then those who do not use technology and are life-giving. And we want to be clearing out the ones and sending them to entropy if they are not life-giving, if they're trying to destroy time itself, if they're trying to weaken the fabric of time, go to entropy. And if they are about respecting cosmic law, the living time presence, respecting God, protecting and nourishing God and the living time presence, that gives continued longevity. All of this is a separation of characteristics, those characteristics that are death. That if you embody those characteristics, you're gonna die. And characteristics which, if you embody, you are going to stay alive. So the basic cosmic law structure is you're like, this is my body, and I'm allowed to make choices about what I embody in my body so that I have longevity. And also, I identify with time as being me. The time field itself is me. And I want time to continue to exist because I'm like a red blood cell circulating around through time. And if I don't have the larger circulatory system of time, then I don't get to have my next life existence. You get it? It's not like, oh, I'll die and get born again or go here, go here. If you don't have time, you don't have another life. You don't have another incarnation. You don't get to go be born on another planet or in another world or live as a flatworm or an amoeba. Like none of that happens because you don't have time. You must protect and defend time as the context or substrate within which your consciousness is sustained, and be loyal to time itself. So characteristics of personality and energetic and behaviors, energy and behaviors and tendencies that are anti-life and that are against the life of the time field itself, those are things that you send to entropy. And then the time field also condones that. And then the things that are pro-longevity, pro-vitality, pro-coherence, coherence meaning stick together, good waffles stick together. I always make that joke. Those are the things that you want to energize, that you want to send to energy, that you want to think about, support with your energy, and continue in character. Those are characteristics that are pro-life that you want. So for a very long time, in our world, there's been an artificial bifurcation of self, ego state versus higher self. And that's because of planetary invasion, which I've already talked about in this semester, separating out creating the ego state as a type of barrier, along with verbalized language structure that makes it so that your lower ego self has not been connecting effectively to God's self-presence. There's been a blockade there. And that has created a sense of bifurcation of being, like, this is my lower ego self state, and then this is my higher self state. And really what we are experiencing with Flying Rainbow Lasagna, the capacity to jump up and over limitations and blockages. Put this up here, because you can jump up and over the crown chakra blockages that have cut humanity off from your higher self. When you are able to do that, you are then able to reconnect with higher self, reestablish higher self as identity, which is basically what I was talking about in the treatise about from which direction do you do your dance, not merely creating a palace of gold for yourself that makes you feel good, but while leaving others in the dust, like see ya, I want to say bitches, see ya out there. Sorry for the poor language. But I discard you. You're not important to me, just dealing with me. No, not at all, because when you dilate your personality structure, you're like, wait, those guys matter to me because they are me. And that guy matters to me because they are me. This is literally why I created the Flying Rainbow Lasagna entropy structure, because those guys that are stuck on the membrane of death, however horrifically malformed and grotesque they are, and however silly and incredibly poorly conceived their time experiments have been, and however irresponsible they have been in their life journeys, I still want them to go to paradise and no longer be suffering. If you're sensing some sarcastic drawl as I'm speaking here, it's apt, because yes, they can be rather just like crazy making. Yeah, I got like exemplifying huge amounts of love, care, and compassion to them by giving them the entropy pathway, and that they should be gracious and take it. So this flying rainbow lasagna maneuver allows for a reconnection, a mental contact, telepathic contact, and contact with ideas from yourself. That there's been big takeaway from this lesson, artificial cutting off from your ego, lower self state, embodiment state, and your higher self state. That these guys are like, I'm trying to listen to you, but I can't hear you. And I've got all these great ideas, but you can't hear me down here. Integration of these two things. Let's also talk about, again, clearing of the interstices, clearing of these membranes between worlds. These membranes between worlds are supposed to be clear transit points, not any place that is filled with demonic cultures that exist over eons. What's really supposed to happen is that the area that is within the time field here, area of life, and the area that is over here, which is beyond life, which is a level of pure love, is able to interact effectively. A perfect meshing, no conflict, no difficulties. This is also what heaven on earth is, paradise state while still in the body. So by clearing out those membranes of death within your own body and within the larger time structure, what happens is you're able to integrate the energy of being aliveness and post-life or ascension or being in a pure energetic state, a non-embodiment state, beautifully meshed together, not separated or in conflict. So the flying rainbow lasagna as an amazing tool for freedom, connecting your ego state with your higher self state, connecting the earthly embodied level of reality with the non-earthly, non-embodied level of reality, and creating paradise structures for everyone who is experiencing this. In the lesson 19 notes, I talk a lot about service to self versus service to others. And the real difference between these two levels of your consciousness are that service to self says, I only define me as me. Like, I'm number one, I'm an organism, I'm an amoeba, I'm a one-celled organism, everything else isn't me. But that when you get to this expanded godlike viewpoint, you're like, all of this is me. And then I have to care about all of it and be responsive to all of it. Service to others, entities, recognize that level of connectedness, larger self-identity and responsiveness. That is why I celebrate other people. If I see someone else, like whatever, ran a marathon or did a double backflip, I'm like, hooray, good for you. Because I'm like, good for me. Good for me. That's actually me doing a double backflip over there in another body, in another life. So whatever it is, having a success in your business, having a healthy child, major accomplishments, positive things happening in your lives, I genuinely celebrate and acknowledge it because I genuinely see you as aspects of myself that are moving at different vectors and coming from different directions and having unique experiences, and that I genuinely love to see all of these other aspects of self thriving, and that entropy is presented as the best opportunity for the wrong math calculations that have led a lot of consciousnesses to be stuck in places that are not good places to be stuck, because I want them to succeed also. But they cannot succeed by going to energy. The answer is there's literally not enough energy in the world to get them out of debt. It's like they are in bankruptcy. They cannot get to here. So then the other option would be eternal suffering, which I've already described, not that good. Go to entropy, best place for them to possibly be. When you are able to make this reconnection by using the flying rainbow lasagna, you get a more expanded or cosmic perception. Your viewpoint becomes multidimensional. You also begin to see all of, like, where did your consciousness originate from? It originated from the stars, from star cultures. Your ancestors are star beings. You are now here on Earth. What it comes next, that's going to be next week's lesson, progeny. We're not just earthly progeny, but elsewhere progeny, because you're on a journey. You've been somewhere else. Now you're living here on Earth. Then you will be over here. So it is a dilation of your identity in order to recognize and accommodate all of these different directions that your consciousness is moving, or all of these ways of being. So you become more multidimensional in recognizing these different types of self states. And what you say is, I am me, I'm the individual. You also say, I am me, a group. Like I could say, I am me, humanity. You're like, Aurora, you're a walk-in. I am, but I've been here for 20 years. So I definitely identify and I say, okay, humanity is me. Also, I am the planet. Also, I am pure consciousness. So those are big things in order to dilate your identity, but then also recognizing there are some aspects of consciousness that are not life-giving and are supposed to go to entropy. And it's your job to distinguish between them and send the things to entropy that are within your boundaries to do so. All right. So, okay. The non-earthly perspective, because this speaks to my collective as the Aurora collective, or who I am as a pure waveform being when I am not embodied in a physicality presence here. What I write here is that the non-earthly perspective of looking at humanity from a perspective outside of the third dimension. That is what it looks like from my perspective as Aurora, the waveform. The higher self state appears to be non-human, but it is still you. It is who you are when you are outside of the human realm or perspective. So my perspective of being Aurora, a pure waveform, not in a body being. And I joke about this, like I had to learn to have a face. I had to learn to have hair. I had to learn, like, you don't just get one type of soap and use it all over your whole body. Like the face has different soap, from the hair has different soap. Feet have different soap. There's different soaps for every body part. Yes, all of those things. I had to learn how to human with the human body. And I also had to learn about the human perspective. Outside of the human perspective of being in a body and embedded in time, when you're in a body, you might see those consciousnesses and be like, they are aliens or they are extraterrestrial. I am extraterrestrial. And also I am in a human body now and very much caring about terrestrial organisms, ecosystems, and future potentialities. So I care about this place. Your origins, all of you, are extraterrestrial. Right now, you are terrestrial. At a certain point, you will be extraterrestrial again. So everything that I'm talking about on this journey of ascension and raising your energetic metabolism, vibrating faster and faster and faster, you might go through these barriers of fear where you're like white knuckle, like, oh, OMG, I'm going fast, I'm approaching something, the singularity is here. And what happens is you realize that you are kissing yourself in the mirror, that you think that you are approaching some kind of otherworldly beings, alien creatures, something that is not human. It is not human. It is beyond having this anthropomorphic container and beyond all of the definitions of self that have to do with, like, this is my toothbrush or my hairbrush. Like, you don't have a toothbrush, you don't have a hairbrush, you don't have teeth or hair to use those things with, or shirts or shoes or any of those things, but you're still yourself. But you look really different from this perspective. So you might look at self-state that is in that higher dimensional reality and be white knuckle. I'm talking to something that's extraterrestrial. It is, and you are. And you are coming into those levels of remembrance of what it is to be when you are not in a human form. And then there's balancing of recognizing you're in a human form now. You know that you will ascend, transcend, and evolve into non-human form, which is actually where you came from. And then you're starting to get to this level perspective of unity consciousness, where at that level, you then see, well, these occupiers of the interstices or putis are one level of galactic society. Big. When you love, you allow. So allowing means I'm going to allow those guys to be on their journey. I allow them to make horrible mistakes. I allow them to do bad math homework. I allow them to be stuck on the membrane of death. And then I create entropy as a pathway. I allow them to take it. If they do not wish to take it, that is their choice. That is allowing. You got it? And also you must comprehend that allowing is a powerful state. It is not a forcing of them. There will always be healing and rectification, because the Puti's flawed presumption is, you gotta make me go to entropy. Oh yeah, well, make me. Not going to do it like that. That's not the way it works. If they do not wish to go to entropy, that is absolutely acceptable, literally in the sense of unconditional acceptance. And also there are consequences. There are consequences. Like if you say, oh, I'm turning off energy. Here's a big giant like electrical lever. Click. No more energy for the Putis. They're like, we don't want to go to entropy. Okay, great. Don't. And then click, no more energy. And then they're like, wow, we're stuck on the membrane of death and there's no energy for us. We want to go to entropy. Like, or maybe they still don't want to go to entropy. They will eventually go to entropy with the heat death of the cosmos. But that is what allowing is. You can really be secure in your knowing, secure in your faith, secure in your basic foundation of love, that nothing is taken away from you. and definitely not by unrecalcitrant or resistant consciousness forms that if they don't want to do or be something, you don't have to make them. You simply offer it to them and allow them. But here's another big teaching that I have as part of this. They get to go on their soul's journey, sometimes making horrible mistakes and going in a direction that is antithetical to you. Like you're going in this direction, they're going in this direction. That is fine. They don't get to learn their mistakes all over you. In fact, what actually is supposed to happen is as you are creating Flying Rainbow Lasagna, as you are moving in higher dimensional states that are about life, longevity, coherence, and divine connection, if they are not in alignment with you and your value system, there is a natural separation of energies and frequencies. So what would happen is they would automatically be moving onto timelines, parallel realities, and reality structures that are far away from where you are in time. You can experience what you want to experience far away from me, because I'm going over here where I'm going to be having this experience. So I describe this in the notes as wishing someone well. And then I always say, good luck on your journey. Like if someone is pure evil or whatever it is, they're going in a different direction than I am. Go in your own direction, fantastic. I don't have to strong arm you and make you somehow force you onto my timelines or onto different, more benevolent timelines. Go and do what you need to do for your soul in order to learn what you need to learn. And also do it far away from me. So this also speaks to the sense of no imprisonment, no lack of freedom. Like I must be free to go in the direction that I am going as a consciousness presence. They cannot impede me, stop my lasagna, or force me to be in a non-love state, in a hell state where they are. And similarly, good luck on your journeys, like go where you're supposed to go. That is real love. So that is what you need to know. Let's talk briefly about the states of matter, because I'm going to wrap it up because it's been a long, beautiful, long class today. Pure energy. That's this up here, pure energy. Down from there is plasma. Plasma is like what is on the sun or a flame of a candle. Then there's gas. Gas is what's in the air all around you that you are breathing to keep alive. Liquid is what's in my cup over here. And then solid is what the cup actually is. But then there is a state of matter that is even more dense than the physical matter of solidity that we are familiar with. That is called the Bose-Einstein condensate. And that is what happens when you take matter and you make it extremely, extremely cold. The type of cold that will happen when all of the energy and awareness and light and heat is sucked out of this level of the universe. Imagine like Swiss cheese, but all of the holes that are in the fabric of time, space, and reality are black holes, portals to another existence. And all of these black holes are like vacuum cleaners, and they're sucking light, heat, and energy out of this level of reality. And it all goes someplace else until the end. What you are left here is total coldness, no movement. That is the entropic or entropy heat death of the universe. Science talks about this. And when that happens, if these unresolved consciousnesses on the membranes of time have not found their way to entropy, previous to that, that is how they find their way to entropy. They stay in that reality structure that is the cold, non-moving universe. But that can take 13 billion years for consciousness to get there. I have created this pathway as an immediacy, so that nobody has to wait 13 billion years for that level of healing. And of course, it would be extremely self-destructive for something not to take that pathway. Total energy and total entropy are both aspects of infinity, and they both lead to oneness. So in the grand exalted perspective, good luck on your journey. You're going to unity consciousness, but it is not the same unity consciousness. It is the unity consciousness that is this singularity here, at times being energy and at times being entropy. So it vibrates. Energy, entropy, or like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, energy, entropy, energy, entropy. And what you have is an internal compass that tells you where is God. Sometimes God is in this direction, energy. Sometimes God is in this direction, entropy. And it is very big to follow that inner compass. So I'm going to read from my notes. Service to self entities need to make these choices in order to evolve on a deep soul level. And I allow them their choices, but I do not allow them to make their choices inside of me. I get to create boundaries and say that my human corporeal self is me and that higher self is me, but not the negative service to self entities. They are not me. So from the grand God scale perspective, sure, it's me. From the embodiment perspective of a person that has DNA, I get to say that is not me. And that way I get to say in my DNA structure that like this, and this does not belong here and should not be in me here. So please don't be confused about the larger exalted perspective when you're in a physical body, because you don't want to die. Kick out the crap because you don't want to die. Don't identify with crap as self, all right? And the humans are involved in a dualistic battle. I'm just going to read this. Humans are involved in a dualistic battle, an internal war between these two sides. Sides are made up of various factions, and there are actually a million flavors of extraterrestrial ice cream, but we have divided it roughly into these two camps. Those who wish for humanity to ascend, to claim your birthright of reconnection to higher self, and those who do not. Those who want humanity to remain blockaded, cut off from direct connection to the source and from its true creative power. Why would they do that? Because you make food for them. So they would not want me to teach you Flying Rainbow Lasagna because they're like, hey, taking away our food, poopy pants, we don't like it. Tough anythings. Tough S-H-I-T. Gonna do it anyway, even if it's inconvenient for them. When humanity achieves its maturity in the cosmos, it begins to connect and create in a way that involves not only the little individual person or planet, but the entire solar system and the entire galaxy. That's the definition of where you do the Flying Rainbow Lasagna dance from. Your individual experience of creation is connected to galactic consciousness. And what I did in creating the Flying Rainbow Lasagna on an individual, innate, personal level had a great deal of an impact on the rest of the galaxy and everyone else that has DNA and even anything that has an energy field. My personal experience of resolving duality by embodying the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, and also my mission in coming here. So when I teach about Flying Rainbow Lasagna to you guys, what it does is it empowers a lot more people to be able to win their personal inner battle. The inner battle to reconnect with God's self or to reconnect with higher self and to become empowered. And that is how you win the war. I know I'm using all of these words that are about war and conflict, even though I always talk about it as it's a beautiful, natural unfoldment, but it is also a consciousness war. How do you win the war? By many, many, many people internally in their own individuated warriorship, connecting with their higher self and making it possible to remember God's self and be empowered on the level of galactic creation. And you want to celebrate everyone doing this. Good, be like this. Good job on reconnecting to your higher selves. Good job. Because I see that you are self in another form and from another vector. And also, thank you because you're helping us to win the war. And that is what we do. So a big part of conscious, responsible creation has to do with coming from a place of unconditional love. And you don't do it in the sense of like, I want this on an individual level, but from the sense of it serves the greater whole that is a larger purpose. So I've already spoken about that at length. And less of a sense of I want to make this happen. The marriage of the lower realm and the higher realm. Let's talk about this. There's all of these words that are used and all of these things that people are talking about, like the marriage, the divine marriage, Christ coming to earth, people marrying Christ. None of this is me criticizing religion, but I'm critical of things that are twisted and distorted. And what is really happening is there is a marriage between the lower realm and the higher realm, the realm of being embodied in physicality structure in life, and the realm of being non-embodied and being pure energy. That's the spiritual marriage that is taking place here. It doesn't mean you have to be, if you're a man or a woman, finding your ideal partner and having a physical baby. And it doesn't mean that you think of Jesus or Christ as a physical bearded man who's going to come down from the sky and be like, will I take your hand in marriage? And then we can go off together and live as space people together. Like, it is not that. I'm very, very clear on that. It is a marriage of the lower realm and the higher realm. And all of this is empowerment teaching, because I don't want you guys to be endlessly thinking like, Disney, someday my prince will come. It's not supposed to be like that at all. You are loved, you are worthy, you have everything you need inside of yourself. And this has nothing to do with finding completion or wholeness from finding another person. It does have to do with the marrying of realms that will artificially split apart by the implanted ego and verbalization structure. And when you fly Rainbow Lasagna, you reconnect with your own higher self. And that is how you do this energy marriage. There is no longer an outside versus an inside. Now there is only one side. And this is, of course, like I show you all the time, like Mobius strip, outside, inside, outside, inside. It's a completely different exalted way of being. And all of this is you, the higher loving thoughts as well as the negative ones. Again, that's from the exalted perspective. All of this is you. And you say that is what they need to be on their journey. You let them do it, but you let them do it far away from you. So this is where I have in the notes to say, good luck on your journey. Like, aloha, good luck on your journey. Go do this someplace far away from me. Don't do this around me. Yeah, they might need to explore what their choices are like for however long they need to explore it. You allow them that time and freedom to do that, knowing that they will eventually go into their restful entropy state, and that you don't have to be like I'm sitting around, I'm at the gates of paradise, like how come I can't get in? The stupid cooties are like still dealing with their crapola. It's not like that at all, because time is incredibly complex. So just know in your knowingness, even as you are still mastering the concept of nonlinear time, that you will receive all that you need to receive in the divine timing that is just and correct. You will not be sitting around waiting at the gates of paradise, quote unquote, or ready for yourself to do these ascension maneuvers while there are these unrecalcitrant, stuck things, like you're like plunging the toilet, like get down into the sewers where you belong. It's not like that at all. I laugh, but I feel these levels of frustration. So all of this is you on a very broad scale, including the entirety of the cosmos. And at that level of identity, both negative and positive entities are you. But when you enlarge your perspective, you have more love, and you are able to see and accept the service to self creatures, that they're doing their thing. They can go on their trajectory, again, far away from you, and service to others is that who you want to be in a close relationship and a close partnership with. So I got through most of my notes. They're worth reading. Let me go into, thank you everyone for, this has been a long teaching, but very worth it. Melissa goes, if I rewind back, she says, thank you, Aurora, more empowerment tools. Knowing I am part of time is very empowering. Good. And Melissa also says, Flying Rainbow Lasagne is powered by love. Yes. Lucy was just thanking me and everyone for holding the space, being here. You're very welcome. And Trisha says, with lasagna, you are freeing them, the stuck consciousness in the meat. Yes, I would say so. I don't think that those of us who are incarnated, I don't think you are stuck. I think that any one of us that is in a physical body, I'm just stretching myself out here, any one of us that's in a physical body here, if you're eating physical food, you're actually good. You're actually a very good person. You passed the audition, you belong here. It's the ones who are stuck on the membrane of time and are trying to indirectly eat food by eating you that do not belong here. So everybody who, if you're a food eater, if you're watching and listening to this, if you have a body, there's a pathway for you to get to entropy. And I also say in my mind all the time, life is for the living. Life is for the living. You know, where is life? Here, inside of the time vortex, here, in the time vortex here. You know where is not life? On the membrane of death. The pooties, the peanut gallery, the things that are on the membrane of death, the life is not for them. They should not be watching you, talking to you, living through you. That is literally demonic possession or negative entity possession. None of that should be happening. All of that is against cosmic law, and that your body is your body. So practicing really, really strong energetic boundaries, sovereignty affirmations, revoking of any consent, real or implied, because they're very naughty, and they will try to be like, you invited us in, no, just, you can tell by my face, like I'm done, I've had it with all their nonsense. Very clear revocation of any consent, real or implied, and then they are not meant to be part of the living world. You got it? They made their choices. They effed up royally, smashed their guitars on stage. They are not alive, but you are alive. So if you are alive, incarnate, corporeal, in a physical body, you are much more than any of these demonic things that are on the negative, membranes of death. And you have a possibility of learning. And if you make wrong choices and end up on the membrane of death, you get to explore a new pathway. You're not stuck in the same way that those other consciousnesses are stuck. Really, really big distinction to make between these two things. And also, at this point in human society and in your ascension and personal development, not the necessity of exploring every single wrong trajectory before you finally find that wormhole out of here, really in the moment of reactivating your higher consciousness, third eye viewpoint, to be able to see where do you really want to go in time? What are pro-life choices, pro-vitality, pro-longevity, pro-life choices to be able to bring you to where you want to go so that you keep on being alive, staying alive, and you don't have to die again. That's really the opportunity that is being offered to you in terms of personal and planetary ascension right now. You do not have to die. So I also take some issue with any religious theological doctrine that says the only way to ascension is to die and believe in a particular religious figure or a particular modality. I really don't agree with that. I think that the way not to die is not to die. Do not go to the membrane of death. Stay alive, stay on the ascension pathway, and go through that wormhole, knowing that that is the correct thing to do. And what if someone says to you, like, that's against Jesus and it's wrong? Like, you have to be really strong in yourself and be like, you know something, I'm choosing to stay alive. And although Jesus was an amazing person, or Yeshua was an amazing person, that I am choosing to stay alive, and that I would like to not have to die in order to achieve transcendent states. And that is what ascension is. So I know there's a lot of religious trauma that people have been exposed to here. So all of my teachings and everything that I share, I am infinitely aware of the trauma, the filters through which it's being perceived, and then how I have to change and fine tune my message so that people will hear it correctly. But absolutely, that great teacher from 2000 years ago wants you to be alive, wants you not to suffer, wants you to avoid death, injury, and torture. All right. Definitely avoid death, injury, and torture as much as it is possible. And if you do end up dying, know that there are pathways, loving pathways, because here's big. You were emanated into reality on a bridge of love. The guys that did the failed time experiment from Mars and Marduk and all of that, they were not emanated on a bridge of love. They ended up stuck on the membrane of time because they did not listen to the great conductor, and they did not listen to the great composer, and they did not really follow the harmonic nature of God's mind, consciousness as it flows and energy as it flows in this world. So it is actually appropriate for them to be stuck on the membrane of death. But then there's the opportunity for them to go to entropy and not to suffer anymore. But what they should not do is harm you on your journey. That if you died because whatever, you got in a car wreck or something like that, you should go to death, get your life review, disassemble, go back to the beginning and try again. You should not be like tortured and peeled apart, like 1 inch at a time over the course of billions of years, which is what torturers that are demons would like to do, to wring out the most misery that they can from you. I know that's grotesque, but that's just honest about what they are and what they do. So really, really important for you to know, be at peace and in faithful knowing that you emanated on a membrane, on a bridge of love. You have a bridge of love to get back to God, the divine source, the divine presence that is actually you. And you've actually never been separated. It's always been artificial. Your higher self is you, God is you. All of these ego separations have been artificial, and Flying Rainbow Lasagna is a way to be able to reconnect with what is essentially your true self. So if there are any more questions, fantastic. If not, I will end the recording, because this was a long recording, but so very worth it. So any other questions or comments or anything that someone wants to write or say? If not, I'll just, I'm going to end the recording. Oh, good. Melissa says, FRL is a non-friction, self-sustaining and loving creation, because it not only is an activity or tool, but also feeds you energy to continue. Absolutely. It is regenerative. So the first thing it does is heals your body, and then it allows you to continue in your activities, and it also continues to sustain you while you're performing those activities. So it is everything that it is. This concept as a living concept is pro-life, pro-longevity, pro-vitality, something that you want to think about, have, in your mind, have in your energy field. It's literal antithesis of Cancer. So very welcome, Megan. Love to you, Melissa. Love received. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I'll also just say a thank you to everyone who catches these in the archives. Thank you to the marathoners who are with me during the actual recording. And thank you to everybody who watches these videos all the way through. Greatly, greatly appreciate you. I know this is all the way at the very, very end, signing up for next semester. So I'll include in the description link everything that you need to be able to sign up for next semester. You can do it by Patreon, you can do it by Teachable, or you can, there are scholarships, and I always include that because what matters most to me is that you learn about these concepts and successfully fight your own battles as part of the spiritual war. Yeah, I am rooting for every single one of you to be free and successful in your battles. And then secondarily, to keep my electrons flowing in a wire, pay for all of my studio costs and everything like that. Trisha says, thank you so much. And Cheeky, love to you and Melissa. Cheeky needs to know that she's got lots of people that love her on the internet, and she's been so good and so quiet through the whole entire recording today. She is my my co-pilot dog boss. Thank you. It's so good that you guys are connecting. Yeah, so thank you, because you know I'm going to WALK very soon. Have a peaceful rest of the day. Thank you so much, everyone.